lads and lasses there, all with smiling faces, gathering along the Scotswood Road to see the bleeding races. We went to bleeding races.
Oh, it's back through Bartes!
1962 on a summer's afternoon, we took the bus from Bambras and she was heavy laden. Where we went along Collinwood Street, that's on the road to Bladen. Whoa, me lads, you should have seen us gunning, passing the folks along the road just as they were standing. All the lads and lasses there, all with smiling faces, gunning along the Scotswood Road to see the bleeding races.
Good evening, welcome to Deadline Dear Channel tonight. John Sinclair TV is here, and I've got a few guests this evening, co-hosts this evening, and I've got Tony, Mason, I've also got Grace, and I've got one for the first time, Barbara. Evening to Barbara.
Evening.
Yeah, you good?
I'm very good, yeah, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Barbara's first time on here. She's in Dublin, and I hope she enjoys the show as much as we all do as well. So if you like the video, like what you see, then please give it a like, give it a subscribe. Also, if you like super chat, and if you like to be a member, then you know exactly what to do as well. So, before we go on deadline as well, we're going to quickly talk about last week's game. Tony, last week's game. Give us a breakdown on last night's game.
Oh, where do you want me to start, John? Well, let's just say we got off to the perfect start with Alexander Isak. What a goal that was as well, take nothing away from the quality of the finish as well, And then we got the second half. So we got it 1-0 at half time, which wasn't too bad. Things were going okay. Second half, Isak through on goal again, scores offside. Some VAR check went ahead and said, oh yeah, it's offside. He's clearly offside. But now I've studied more pictures on this now from various different angles, and he is not offside one bit. Now, Eddie Howes apparently went in and spoke to the officials and asked how VAR came to this decision he was offside. And they said because of the two shadows, they couldn't decide which shadow was who. Now, I've never heard such a load of tosh in all my life. How on earth can you tell what shadow's what? I mean, that is ridiculous. His foot's well behind that red line. So that goal, in my eyes, should have stood. I think that was blatantly given against us. So after that, then obviously Firmino equalised. We thought, oh, here we go. We knew they were going to come out and have a go anyway. So Firmino scored. Then Isak comes off, which I was a bit like, well, why? But then maybe I thought, because he's only been in the... because he's only been with the team and he's playing his first Premier League game, maybe just wanted to give him an hour and take him off. So I thought, okay, fair enough, that's fine. And then Chris Wood comes on, Jacob Murphy comes on, and I'm sorry, Jacob Murphy is not a Premier League player. He is absolutely woeful. The sooner we drive this guy out of this club, the better. If I was the owners, I would just rip his contract up and see off you go, Totally not useless. I would have rather brought Elliot Anderson on ahead of Murphy, if I'm honest. Give him a go, What's Murphy doing better than what Elliot Anderson's doing, which I can't understand. So there was a few time injuries and things like that in the game, and Pope went down and held his shoulder. And you see what people forget to mention is, especially these pundits, like say Jamie Carragher, who's an absolute knob, by the way, and your other ones, they all go on about our time wasting. But what about Jordan Henderson, the Mackham, who decided he was going to stay on the pitch for 1 minute and 10 seconds while he was deciding what he was doing with his captain's armband? Yeah, but that's not highlighted anywhere, John. That's just totally disregarded.
Exactly.
And then, we could sort of say Joe Linton should have kept the ball in the corner instead of trying to cross it in. which meant they went upfield and then they got the corner. They got that corner. I thought was a lucky goal from Carvalho, because as he hit it into the ground, it bounced up, hit the crossbar, went in. It was a lucky goal. It wasn't like a great goal. That sparked the well celebrations. It then sparked the disgraceful scenes from the Liverpool coaching staff, who when they scored that winner, decided then to go up to the Newcastle bench and start sticking his fingers up in front of them, as if to say F yous, you know? And that sparked a reaction. That's why Shaw jumped off the bench and got involved straight away, because he was not happy, he was incensed over that. That is disgraceful behaviour in my part.
Childish behaviour.
And he's absolute. And the Premier League, well, the FA are now looking into this, Melly, because they want to know what was going on, why it started. But there is actual footage of the Liverpool coach giving the V sign to the Newcastle dugout. Absolutely disgraceful scenes. Klopp, that man is really untouchable in the Premier League. I mean, he, on one occasion after another, he was not only having to go our bench, he was in the ear of David Coote, who was the fourth official all game. Why did the referee not go over and say, look, either calm down or I'm going to give you a yellow card. And if you carry on, you're off. Because if there had been Eddie Howe doing that, he would have gotten a yellow card or he'd have gotten a red card and sent off to the stands. But because it's Jurgen Klopp, this man is untouchable. And this man is nothing but a pain in the backside and really, really does my head in. And where they got all this extra time from for the 8 minutes is absolutely disgraceful, because it was only 5 minutes. And okay, you could put it down to the fact that Nick Pope was down for about a minute and a bit. Okay, so that takes up 96 and a half minutes. So where's the other 2 minutes come from? Even Richard Keys, who was so against us having this takeover, even he's stuck up for us today. So I don't know what's happened to Richard Keys today, sticking up for us, because all of a sudden he's come out the woodwork saying 98 minutes, where's he got all this from? So all in all, a bad day. I thought the lads were absolutely tremendous in what they did. Great team performance. Do you know what? Let's just go out on Saturday and go and smash Palace. Anybody else got thoughts?
Yeah.
Mason?
Where do I start on that?
Sorry.
I think we started our first half with Isaac. Obviously, Liverpool. I think Liverpool didn't have a good first half, in my opinion. Patches were okay, and then second half, worst second half I've ever seen. 1-1, and then somehow 8 minutes. Fabio Carvalho, who I really like as a player, goes and scores a winner. I mean, I don't know why there was 2 minutes, 3 minutes added on. Don't know why. Probably because of Nick Pope, but I don't know how. I just didn't get it, mate.
Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Grace, good evening to you, Grace. I know you're not going to be here long, but how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Good. Good stuff. So, give us a breakdown on yesterday's match, and I know you're not very happy about it.
No, I think this. To be fair, Tony's absolutely hit the nail on the head. It's about every single team time waste. I'm sorry, not one team, one manager can sit down and say that their team doesn't time waste, because every single one does. And I think that like Tony said, John Henson ran around the pitch deciding he was going to give his armband for God knows how long. Why didn't he get the watch thingy at him when he was running around deciding who he's giving the band to? I just think that maybe Joe Linton probably should have done something with the ball up the top to stop it from going down. But overall, I think we played decent. I really, really do. I think that we've got six of our key players out. We're missing We're missing Bruno in defence, which in midfield, which I think you can tell it's a massive downgrade from Bruno to Sean Longstaff's a massive downgrade. But I think we did. I honestly do. I think we did really, really well. You know, not taking anything away from Liverpool, they almost got the quadruple last year. They were good. They were a good team, and I think that we opened them up in defence. We really, really did. And our new little Isaac, his first goal on his debut, I was absolutely chuffed to bits for him. I really, really was. It was an absolutely cracking goal. And the second one, when they said it was off, when I first seen it and when they drew the lines, I was like, yeah, offside. But now I've seen it and seen it in different angles. And like, if they made the lines thicker or something, am I saying something that
He's got their phone on.
My phone.
Yeah, knock it off, please. Sorry.
and I seen the lines, I was just like, are them lines thicker than what they normally are? Because that lad is onside. Yeah. I don't know what the if that had been anyone else, right, before I go off topic, if that had been any other team, they'd have spent 5 minutes or so drawing them lines up and making sure by different angles, making sure that the goal thing, they put them straight on and called it offside when he absolutely wasn't. So yeah, I mean, I'm chuffed about the Liverpool game. I think we probably should have. Well, we should have won. We should have had that goal in. We should have won, or we should have gotten a point. But you know, it's two of the top teams that we've played in the last 5 games. We've given them a game and a half, which we never did last season. You know, we got like Man City. We absolutely destroyed Man City. And we give Liverpool a good game and a good fight, so which is good to see.
Absolutely, Grace. I mean, look, I was still absolutely gutted last night, sort of thing. But got one from Matty Madball, even to House of Bacon, Stephen, Coffee, and all of us in the chat as well. Thanks for coming on. And then the gun signs on the players. How come the media brushing this under the carpet? If that was us, we would be in front of the Premier League. And Barbara, give us a breakdown of the game last night. And I
was really impressed with our first half. But the first half was great, and how could you get a better first game than Isaac putting that first one away? Like, it was an amazing finish. And I thought the second goal was even better, like the way he put those 2 defenders on their ass before he kicked it into the net. Like, you know, I thought it was really good. And we deserved to win that match. And if we had had our full strength team, we'd have made mincemeat of them, I think. You know,
I think you would have done.
Yeah, the referee, as we all said, it was atrocious, just terrible.
He was, really. He was awful, absolutely awful. I think that referee. All right, I thought for one month, I thought Jurgen Klopp's going to have the assistant referee is going to have him for blooming breakfast, lunch, and dinner at one stage. Do you know what I mean? Crazy, man. Absolutely.
I used to like Klopp until that incident. Like Liverpool were sort of like my second team. Now we have the second team. You have your first team, and then you have a second team you watch and you like to watch. But Liverpool, with that team, and I wouldn't be put up with them anymore after last night.
Nah, I tell you what, though. I mean, I watched that Liverpool team. Yeah, I watched that Liverpool team. I mean, they're not winning a title. There's no way. I think Virgil van Dijk is not better than he was, man. I think they're
no better than we are, really.
Yeah, exactly. Got Steve here saying, and not better with your keys going on about Arsenal players, fans celebrating Arteta. Well, what about Klopp? We were nowhere near that level, but as is Klopp, as I read, I think the Premier League is scared. Pulisic, I can't see that move happening. More likely going to get no one in. I have to agree with Tiger to a degree. Newcastle ain't no joke this season. I said before the season started, I think they'll be in the top 7. After watching them this season, I see nothing to make me think any different. I hope that's right, Stephen, by the way. Murphy is done. He's a waste of space. I have to agree. Can't see any more signings. I think that is it. Let's hope the Saudis are fuming and spend big and bring. And let's hope the Saudis bring Madison. Big up to Sefton, by the way. Big up to you. Hope you have a good day on your wifey as well. I think your wife is happy last night after that win. 5 minutes, which ended 8. Can anyone point to the extra 3? Wallace is also a Scouse fan. Said Isaac's goal should have been given. Exactly. Iris, how was your birthday? Connor has been quiet. You know, I took my mum home today. She's home now just to get a bit of news. My mum is home. and she's absolutely fine. Just going to take a bit of
Lovely.
time. So I'm going to post it on social media either tomorrow morning, I think it'll be. Now, anything happen, Dean? Might just stay in bed, mate, because you're not going to get a new one in, my guy. It's not going to happen anytime soon. But
John?
Go on, Tony.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw this exclusive that Craig Hope put out at 5 o'clock this evening.
Yeah.
Rather disturbing from last night. So Craig Hope says, Newcastle owners Amanda Stavely and Mirdad Gadusi narrowly escaped a serious injury as a motorbike ridden by a balaclava-clad men is driven at speed through terrified fans outside of Anfield, injuring some and causing scores of fans to scramble in fear of their lives.
Jesus Christ on a bike, man. It's just disgraceful. That is absolutely disgraceful. I mean, that's Liverpool fans, by the way. Do you know what I mean, Grace? I think that's utter disgraceful. I hope they got CCTV on that as well, by the way. And I'll tell you what, that should go to the authorities real quick and find out who it is and bring it up to justice big time, because that could have been an attempted murder, that.
John, he's added something else. It was drug dealers.
I think there's a
There's
lot
drug
going
dealers.
on in there's a lot going on in Liverpool at the minute, so I wouldn't want to say too much, but
Yeah, it's fine.
No.
it's not on, it's not on. People go, oh, what's a match? No one's life should be put at risk for it. But there's a lot going on in Liverpool at the minute, so
best to
Yeah.
Let's
And
leave it there.
current
Just
breaking news. Madison Tielemans in the Leicester squad tonight, so that's not happening tonight.
No, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I really don't. But we need to forget about those two now. Personally, we are going to come on to that as well. But they're not going to come to us. Let's just say our deals is done, and that's all there is to it. So
but in fairness, John, we have a great side. If we have a full side out, we're a match for anybody in that Premier League. We really are.
I have to agree.
Because with Isaac was the missing piece of our jigsaw. We have him now. He's the one that's going to put the ball in the net for us. We are missing that for the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Someone's going to put himself about. Someone's got movement as well, which is absolutely fantastic. This guy's going to be the real deal. And I said that on Paul's channel as well. Do we know when Maxi Boo's going to be fit for Palace? We're going to find out tomorrow, Dean, if they are or not. We'll have to wait and see, man. His press conference tomorrow. Then check it out. I think it'd be something like 10 o'clock on a night on your end. It'll be 10 o'clock in the morning here as well. We're going to talk about the transfer window deadline day. I'm going to go and start with Mason. How many marks out of 10 would you give the transfer market, mate? Roll the signings in, mate.
Probably 9 or 10.
Okay.
Because signings what we've made, obviously we've brought back Target. And then we've signed Botman and Isaac. 2 quality players we've brought in. 2 young quality players.
And Pope.
And 4 quality players who we've brought in. And they've done nothing wrong. So I'll give them a 10. And by the way, Nottingham Forest to set the same Missy Batch away.
Signing number 20. Could you believe that? But they need a squad. They need to have a squad team, because they got the first 11 and they got the next 9 as well. Hey ho! But they have got
more than 20, John.
Have they?
Yeah, because Willie Bolly joined this morning. There's another player joining. He's having a medical, and then they've signed Josh Bowler from Blackpool and loaned him straight over to Olympiacos.
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable.
How can they put a team together that haven't played before? None of them players have played with each other before, and how can they get a proper organisation? And players don't know each other.
Because they're just spending what they can to stay up, aren't they? Nottingham Forest is just spending, trying to keep themselves up.
Crazy, man. But at the end of the day, all right, I mean, Foxy will probably have a different view. He'll probably be saying that they need that many players to come in, like injuries and suspensions. They will have a squad to have cover sort of thing. But look, they spent over 120 million quid, right? Fair play to them. Obviously, they want to stay up in this Premier League. So they need to stay up the season, and if they don't, I'll tell you what, FFP and Championship, it will not look good on at all whatsoever. So I've got Colin here. Do you think Newcastle should look at Lucas Moura? That's not going to happen, mate. That is not going to happen anytime soon. And things must be something wrong with Tielemans. Why haven't no top teams or any team came in for him? Because 25 mil isn't a lot of money. There must be something wrong with him, and that's from Stephen. Tony.
His wages are too high.
Yeah, it is. I agree, Barbara. I have to agree because at the end of the day, right? I mean, look, they're going to be careful who they're going to spend it on. He's got 12 years left on his contract. Leicester's taking a gamble, right? I know they want to sell him, but they want to make the 25 million quid because they know he can go on a fee if he moves on. So, Tony, do you think Leicester's been foolish on this?
I think they are, because after 11 p.m. tonight, they'll not get any money for him now because he'll be going on a free next season, whether it's abroad or in this country. Who knows? Maybe people he was linked with Arsenal, but I look at this and I think, is there more to this than meets the eye? Does he have an attitude problem that maybe people are like taking the back seat from it and thinking, actually, do you know what? We're not going to touch him with a barge pole. You just don't know what his attitude's like around Leicester. That's the thing. And, if he's got some sort of issue somewhere, then clubs are just going to say, actually, we're not even interested in him with 25 million. It just makes me laugh because it was plane spotters earlier saying there was a plane coming from Leicester earlier on and landed at Newcastle. And there was a plane took off at 4:00. And is on its way from Dusseldorf, which is where Leverkusen and Mönchengladbach use for their base to get aeroplanes. So I just laugh because they're all out in force today, the plane spotters. So they must all be sitting at the runway at Newcastle Airport watching them coming in and out. But these could be businessmen for all we know coming in.
Regular flights are there.
It just makes me laugh.
Crazy, man. Absolutely ridiculous, man. Mason, I can hardly see you, mate. Can you just sort your computer out? Thank you, man. That's better. I can hardly see you. What it is, right? I mean, I'm going to have to agree, man, what you guys have been saying about it as well. Tielemans as well. Look, he's a cracking player. Look at Sterling. Sterling went for 45 mil to Chelsea last year as contract because he's quality. But Tielemans, 25 million, he's a quality player. I think he'll probably be asking for about 200k a week next season if he goes on the free. And that's the problem. They know they're out of contract, Grace, right? They know they're out of contract. They think, you know what? I'm going to sit tight on this, I'm going to wait till I go on the free. Simple as that.
Because when you think about it, look what Jesse Lingard did. He went out on the free, thought he was worth too much. And then Nottingham Forest came along, going to pay him his big bucks that he wants. So you sometimes I just think the players are greedy, but then sometimes I think if someone's going to be willing to pay it, aren't they? Nottingham Forest were willing to pay for Jesse Lingard, so
he's not worth that much money, I don't think, a week. It's big ways, like 300 a week, 300 grand a week or something, isn't it?
It's a massive wage that no one was Newcastle weren't gonna pay it, but then you got Nottingham Forest, so you kind of blame play. To be fair, you kind of blame players for hunting around and seeing where they're gonna get the big massive money, can you? But sometimes they're not. Absolutely, and it's sometimes, but they're not worth. Jesse Lingard isn't worth that much, in my opinion, but.
Definitely not. How's the Baker say? First trust on level of great is when you have to bring Wood and Murphy on to try and change a game. Seriously, lack of depth in the squad. That has been proved last night. It's not good enough. I think, to me personally, I think they need to move on because we want to win things, but we cannot win things when you've got 30-year-old Chris Wood and 27-year-old Jacob Murphy in the squad as well. Not for me. I'm sorry. Eddie Howe must know that those two are not good enough. And they need to shift them on. But the problem is, no one ain't in for them at all. Wow. Watford, I heard, wanted him, right? Newcastle said no, right? And they want Pedro into the deal. And Watford kind of walked away, basically. That's what I was told. I could be wrong on it. But Newcastle do not want to sell Chris Wood. And I think Newcastle's absolutely missed a massive trick there, people.
Keith
Yeah,
Downey
so
says.
Pedro's. Sorry.
Keith Downey says. Oh, sorry, Tony.
I was just going to say, Pedro's actually committed his future to Watford now. He said today that he's there for the rest of the season now, and he wants to help Watford get back to the Premier League. So he says he's not moving anywhere.
Yeah, that's fair enough. What's your take on that one, Tony? Do you think he's right to stay with Watford and help them back up?
Maybe just, maybe his head was turned at the time when we were going to sign him. Then all of a sudden we pulled out, and he maybe thought, you know what, I just want to stay where I am. I'm happy here. Maybe see how he gets on for the rest of the season, and then he may think at the end of the season he may get that move to the Premier League. But I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Referees should be held accountable in viewing the games. They should receive warnings and be demoted. I'm sure there are plenty of good referees waiting to step in. It's always the same names. That is the thing. And I've got Graham Nick as well. The only thing I'm not happy about the Swindle, the back is leaving. If Pope gets injured, I'm worried. That is a good shout, by the way. And Angela spot on referees. I think that
Darlow's not a bad replacement, I don't think.
I'm not sure about him, though, Barbara. I'm not sure about him.
Obviously, he's not as good as Pope, but he's standing in for a couple of weeks,
He had a good season, not last season. It was not last season, the season before when Dubravka was injured. I thought he had a decent spell of games, and then for me, when Dubravka came back, he sort of lost his confidence, and it all went to pot.
But he's very loyal. He's hanging around like the Black was at the goal and running. The minute he thinks he's not going to get a game, he's gone. At least Darlow has hung around, and he's
not going to. And so he's not going to get a game at Man United. I can tell you that he won't get a game there. They won't drop.
No, De
Gea. They won't drop. He won't drop De Gea at all. So I don't know. And they both look alike, don't they? I noticed that when I seen the photo of Dubravka in the Man City top, I was like, which one's that one?
Hey,
yeah, I've got something to show you. It's actually, I'll share this. It's not a site we really wanted to see, is it? So I'll just put it up there now. There we are, Dubravka. He's the new second goalkeeper.
There he is.
Yeah. That's what I seen. I thought they look the exact same.
And it's going to be a season-long loan. It's a 2 million loan, and it adds 6 million on top if it's successful. But we can call him back at any time. So Dubravka is now a United player, and the contract doesn't seem right with him, by the way. But it doesn't look
right, does it?
It doesn't, no. And
he won't be able to play against us, though.
This is a good thing. I mean, I know you're not very happy about it, Mason. I can tell that as well. Talking about Forest, surely they break an FFP rule with the signing they made. I tell you what, if they get relegated, I think they're absolutely knackered, sort of thing. Yeah, but money's a lot.
They spend all their money, that's the money. That's payments they get from being promoted.
The championship.
They spend it all on the players. So they go down there, they're in trouble.
Exactly. Even though we can call the keeper back in January if we need him. Yes, that's the thing, Paul. What are the reasons you don't want to sell Chris Wood? When he was on the pitch, we are playing like 10 men. Same for Murphy. Yeah. Absolutely right, Cheng. Absolutely right. Obviously, Eddie likes him, but listen, not for me. Can I just say what we all missed is what a star we have on our hands on Isak. It's going to be massive.
Unbelievable.
Class that, Bob. Class that. And the full team done themselves proud lastly. Totally agree. But it's just a shame the referee decides to add on 3 more minutes for Liverpool, right? Tielemans is in the Leicester squad. Yeah, you can see that, poor mate. And he's not going to come to Newcastle because, according to reports, Grace, he wants Champions League football.
Does he?
That's what's according to the reports and that.
Okay, it's so weird, isn't it? All right. I think that, I'm happy. I know there's a lot of people who were on Twitter and stuff were wanting more players in, but it's been our first transfer window, first summer transfer window of the new takeover, the new club. We've got some quality signings, and this, seeing how we played against the 2 top teams, and what Eddie Howe has developed the players that we've got. I'm absolutely fine closing the transfer window, having no one else through the door. I mean, I'd love a new right winger, but it just hasn't happened. Maybe come come January after the World Cup and stuff, he might get one. But I'm not. I think Almiron's been playing all right. I'm not mad about him playing on the right wing at the minute. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm absolutely happy with the window shutting. I think that we've signed some cracking players. We had a massive window in January. I'm happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going. So I'm going to give him a rating out of 10, Grace. What's the rating out of 10 you give the transfer window?
A good 9.5. I mean, I'd love a new right winger, and I'd love another midfielder to cover to cover Bruno, and obviously John Joe Shelby's out. So I'd love another a central midfielder, a wingman and a central midfielder. Hasn't happened. I'm glad we brought Anderson back. We kept Anderson, which I think has been a massive difference. But yeah, I'm not mad at, absolutely not mad at all. You know, first summer window, I think we've done well. We spent big like last season. We signed Joe Willock. You know, like we signed one player, and we've signed all these this year. So yeah, I'm 9.5. I mean, I'm absolutely chuffed.
Fair enough. He's staying on, Grace. So
what time is it? It's 7:30.
7:30.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go.
Oh, can you stay on for extra half an hour, please? No, you got to go, haven't you?
I've got to go.
I mean, you come on Sunday.
I'm at work till half 4.
Wow.
So
it is what it is, but we're gonna.
I know. That's the only thing with going back to work and uni starting and stuff. Like my availability's gone. It's gone. It's gone a little bit, but I will be back. I'll be back.
Yeah. Before you disappear on us, right? Can you just give us a shout out on your socials before I let you go?
Yeah, of course I can.
All right.
Yeah, of course I can. Where you at? Where's the link for tonight? So my socials are G_ThompsonX on Twitter and Instagram. I should know that off the top of my head. I say it that much, don't I? Come on, I say it that much. I still can't remember. But yeah, if you follow me, I'll follow everyone. I'll follow everyone back.
Big up. Listen, go and enjoy your evening, Grace.
I will. Thank you so much for having me. Lovely to see you all.
You too, babe.
See you later, Grace.
Bye. She's amazing, isn't she, Gracie G, by the way? That's what I'm going to call her, Gracie G, but she is amazing. I was going to say, so you're going for the comments as well. Foxy's coming out and said, boss on breaking anything or just taking it, risking it all. I can't blame them. Some per managers getting sacked for clubs doing the opposite and spending knocks like Bournemouth. Yeah, they're going for it. I was a bit skeptical about the Isak signing, but after watching last night, I'm all in. Looks fantastic. That's House the Bacon. You know what? For that guy.
I've got some breaking news. I'm going to share it on screen now for you from Fabrizio Romano.
Yeah, let's go for it. Keep it quiet.
We go.
I get Gordon on.
Exclusive. Newcastle have just approached Chelsea for Christian Pulisic. Talks have started and the deal is nearly agreed. Ongoing right now. Chelsea offering an option to buy.
You get him. Wow, it'd be 10. It'd be 10 out of 10.
Check to see if that's the right account, because I'm sure he's got like a little bit of
right account as well.
You have to check it.
It is, Fabrizio Romano.
Oh, because you're getting that lad from Juventus, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's not. That's not his.
Knock it off, Tony, straight away, and get that one blocked as well. By the way, get that blocked.
Yeah.
Blocked, and that one there, right? It's just an absolute disgrace. You know what I mean?
Hasn't got his tick on.
Nah. If I look at that sort of thing, I would have sued that person. But there you go. We're just going to get Gordon on for a couple of minutes and see how it's here. Gordon, deadline day, man. And what do you think of the transfer window so far?
Yeah, I've been listening to what you've been saying. I agree with what you've been saying. Newcastle had a successful window so far. And if we don't get anybody else in, I'm happy with that because we've got January to come.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, right? I mean, I watched it this morning, right? I thought, I knew, in my opinion, I don't think you're going to get anyone in, if I'm honest with you, because I think as far as I'm concerned, our business is done. But if they tell us our business is done, right, would let us know, then we can move on. They can move on, but For me personally, I think it's been a good business as well. Getting Isak through the door is fantastic. We needed the right side of midfielder. We need another CDM. We could have done with another goalkeeper because I can't trust Arlo. What's your take on it, mate?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with what you just said there, John. I don't trust Darlow. What happens if Pope gets injured? We're screwed.
We are
What's happened
technically.
to it hasn't happened.
But yeah.
Touch wood, it didn't happen.
But we have Darlow there. He's a good keeper.
I don't trust him.
Oh, he'll do a job for a few weeks.
Yeah. So Gordon, can you see any more business being done between now and the end of the window?
Well, I've seen ever Pulisic, like I say, I agree that it's a fake account.
That's a fake account, mate. That is a fake account.
Had me going for a second there, John.
Say it again, Rick. Can you say it again, man?
It had me going for a second there. For a split second, they had me going. And I realised
I was getting excited myself.
I know.
Yeah, we were,
At the end of the day, sort of thing. I blame Tony for that. He should have checked on the blue tick, but there you go. We all do it, don't we?
It's good while it lasted.
Yeah.
Exactly. Gordon, if I let it go, man. Yes or no? Are we going to get any more business in? Yes or no?
No, I can't see where anybody else is, John. Unless it happens with that kid from West Ham, I can't see anything else happening.
It's not happening.
Not happening.
Oh, well.
Keep down, he said it.
Exactly.
Oh,
Right,
well.
Gordon. Thanks for coming on, man. Because we've got a big show on and eat like and
Thanks for having us on, John.
you too, man. See you later.
Bye, take care, guys.
You too, guys. See you later.
Bye.
Take on.
We've got summer news coming on as well. I don't think it's on my channel before, but it's great to have this guy on. Ryan!
Oh, mate, you all right?
I'm alright, man. How you doing? You great?
All good, all good.
Big up. So Ryan, give us a breakdown on the transfer window, mate. I mean, are you happy with the business being done? And do you think any more is going to come in between now and 11 o'clock at night?
I don't think so. I'm happy with the business that's been done, but I don't know. I feel like we need at least one more, especially in the right wing. I love Miggy. I love his work ethic. I think he does brilliant on that right wing. But just as far as quality wise, I mean, Maximum is looking great this season. He's looking like he's getting himself together. Isak, even though I commented it on the last video, bit worried, but proven us wrong. Looking really good. I just think a little bit more quality in that right wing, in as well. Obviously, a centre midfielder with Shelby being out and stuff like that. I don't think Longstaff's got the quality to cut it. Effort-wise, brilliant, but yeah, I think 1-2 would be amazing. Even a couple of loanees would be brilliant.
Yeah, I'm just dying for Isaac to get scoring goals. He's going to score loads of goals for us. That's going to win his games. That's the only one thing we were missing. Is a player like him. No?
Yeah, I think him and Wilson, pushing each other, wanting to be that number one spot. I think it's going to be brilliant. I mean, our run of games now till Christmas, I fancy ourselves against pretty much everyone else now. From what we've shown against City and Liverpool, I really do, especially at home. We're a different animal at home, and yeah, really excited.
One for full strength, we're good enough to beat anybody.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Ryan, I mean, do you think that goal should have stood yesterday when Isak got that second goal? I mean, I looked at the video and it was on the borderline.
Amazing goal.
Yeah, I think
that should have stood.
I mean, we were watching it at the pub, and it's one of them. I mean, a few years ago, that would have stood. No doubt. Yeah, it would have stood. I mean, it's one of them. If we were on the other side, we probably would have been buzzing that it was offside. It's a real shame. It's one of them. It was more the fact that I seen what he could do after I got called offside. The way he was so calm in front of goal.
Oh yeah, the way he put them on their arses, the two defenders,
I mean, the best defenders in the world. Van Dijk, in my opinion, the best centre back in the world. Even though he's been a bit shaky the last couple of weeks and stuff. And he just so calm in front of goal. We haven't seen that. I mean, if Chris Wood had that chance, we know what would have happened.
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
The first goal, he wouldn't have scored that first goal either. He wouldn't have had the speed.
No. Yeah, definitely. I mean, having a striker that's so calm and composed, it gives you that excitement for the future. And I think I didn't think he would hit the ground running like he was, and he's just really good, really good.
Yeah, let's hope he keeps it going. At the end of that, I do call him out, Ryan. You're right. I do call him out to spend break the bank for a striker. Get Isak. That guy is realistic to buy. He's good, easy to buy, and it's going to be easy deal to do with. Like, 76 million. Yes, it's a lot of money at a time, but at the end of the day, 63. And I called it right, and I said this guy could make a difference for Newcastle. He's 22, 6'4". He's got movement. This guy, I wouldn't say skillful as a player, but it's movement, and I just think us off the ball is absolutely brilliant.
Avoid his injury. That's the only thing I worry about.
Exactly. We need to keep
somebody to take him out just to stop him getting goals. Stop us getting goals, and we can take him out.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Newcastle's injuries. I mean, it's been a running theme for Newcastle. I mean, we get so many injuries throughout the seasons and stuff to sort of halt our season. It's I don't know what it is. It's worrying at times.
Maybe that's why they're building a new training ground, probably to try and improve on that.
Yeah.
But Ryan, do you think you get any more chances getting done between now and then when the clock turns? Because I can't see it, mate.
I can't see it either. I mean, maybe I've seen that Ashby and stuff. Maybe a shock sort of loanee or something like that. But I mean, when I seen before when I was watching just before I came on with Pulisic and obviously the thing, I would have loved Pulisic on loan. I really would. I think seeing someone like that come from Chelsea, I think when you see someone come from the top clubs like City, Liverpool, Chelsea, and they come to like a fringe club, you see the real quality. You see what they've been training day in, day out, and that they may. You may not see even when they're playing week in, week out with a top club. You see it more with a sort of a fringe sort of club. I think I would have really loved Pulisic, even Conor Gallagher, but Pulisic on that right wing along with Maxi and Isak, Wilson up front. It would have been scary. It really would. But if we don't, how we deal with it, we'll move on. I'm still really excited about the season moving forward, even if we don't get someone in.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what it is, right? I mean, like, if you do a business, right? I mean, people are saying on social media, right, saying that, we need the right side of midfield. Yes, we could have done with that. We could have done with another CDM. But Edson Alvarez, it's been linked with Chelsea, right? I mean, Ajax come out and said that he in for sale. He's going to stay at Ajax, And then apparently, Edson Alvarez apparently said that, okay, cool, I'll play with Ajax and get myself prepared for the World Cup. As soon as Chelsea comes in, right, he wants to move to Chelsea.
Yeah.
I just don't get that at all, man. I just don't get it at all whatsoever. But it is what it is, man. And nobody knows. I mean, all this transfer rumours, mad. To be honest with you, Tony, I'm glad it's ending tonight and just get on with it now. Do you know what I mean?
Had enough of it,
yeah. Yeah, absolutely, John. I'm just so pleased when it shuts at 11 o'clock. Then we get rid of all these rumours, and not only just for that, but also we'll stop hearing about Nottingham Forest saying about that 25th player.
It's a madness.
So yeah, it'll be nice once it closes. But I don't know, but there could be anything could be happening behind the scenes at the moment. We don't know. They could have a player lined up to come in before 11 o'clock tonight. Nobody knows. That's a thing. Things have been kept from the club now since Dan Ashworth's there. So who knows? Who knows that we could be getting a player from anywhere in Europe and they could be having a medical over there at the moment, and then all of a sudden it'll come out on Sky later on. Oh, Newcastle signed this player. We'll be like, hang on, we never saw that coming. So like we did with Isak, So
Isak, it's the same. Yeah.
Who knows? And the good thing with Isak is he turned Man U down for us.
Apparently,
so that shows. Yeah, apparently that's why he did. He turned down Man United. Yeah, he didn't want to go there. Maybe because the way their fans are so toxic, and who can blame them? Why would you want to go to that club?
Exactly.
So,
he's come to the right club. He's come to the right club, man.
But we'll find out by 11 if we've signed anybody else or not, and that's the thing.
Yeah,
I suppose watch the space, really.
Exactly.
Sorry, John. I'm looking forward to Sunday now. The match against Palace. So say we're going to have a a good win against Palace. I'd imagine we will have if we have a full strength team out for definitely.
Yeah, we need a full strength.
3-1. I reckon we win about 3-1.
Let's hope that's
a couple.
Exactly. We need to bounce back and we need to get a couple of players back for that game. If we do that, they'll be winnable games. But look, when we play Liverpool at St James's Park in February, I think our time will come. I think we'll beat them.
Well, Maxi, they're talking Maxi coming back, isn't there? And Botman should be back.
Yeah.
And Bruno.
Let's hope that's the case for Saturday. We shall find out on the press conference tomorrow. If we compare now in Ash's era, I'm happy about what we've done so far. But 2 games, Man City and Liverpool, has been proof how far we have come from top 6. We're only 2 quality signing away from top 4. Right wing,
exactly.
DM. I have to agree. I kind of have to agree. But
by the way, I agree too. And their manager, we're the best manager in the Premier League.
100%. I mean, Eddie Howe's the best young manager.
He's the best in the league, like,
in the country. And you're right.
The thing is, as well, John, last night, and I'll tell you another thing that annoys me with Klopp as well. And, I'm going to say the difference here between Pep Guardiola and Jurgen Klopp. So we'll go to Pep first, okay?
Yeah.
We drew a Man City, and the reporter said, this was a tough half hour for you. It was horrible. And when Pep said, what do you mean it was horrible? He went, well, because Newcastle were ahead in that. And he said, no, it wasn't horrible. He says, we were playing against a tough side. He says, last season, we might have had a better result. He says, but this is a different team this season. They're a different animal. He says, and the Premier League's a tough place, and we respect, he says, and they've given us a good game today. And he says, we have no right to win every game. He says, and fair play to Newcastle. He says, they matched, he says, St. Maximin ran us ragged, especially Kyle Walker. So that's Pep. And then you get Klopp when they ask about him. And all he comes out with is says, well, teams like Newcastle are run by countries and it shouldn't be happening. Why does he have to bring that up? Why? What's his problem? I mean, he should look at his own owners and think, hang on a minute. John Henry and the Glazers were the ones who started the ESL off and got everybody else involved. Exactly. So, it's like the pot calling the kettle, so at the end of the day, get your own house in order before you start shouting about other people's houses as well, and it's like, obviously he's got a short memory.
Yeah.
And this top 6, and I'll tell you now, when they'd done this ESL, I think the Premier League let them off lightly, giving them all a £3 million fine. That's probably one game's gate receipts. And the thing is, that was paid in no problem. This should have all been deducted points. There should have been a minus 20 points for every single one of them.
Correct. And you know what it is as well. I mean, they just clearly rattled about us as well, because what we're going to do. And this is why, right? We tried to get Tony Gallagher. We tried to get Pulisic as well. I don't think Chelsea are going to give them to us anyway. No way, because of what we're going to do over future years. You know what I mean? But we'll just go abroad then. We'll just get better players abroad then. Do you know what I mean? Just get abroad. Everyone will be happy, sort of thing. Simple as that.
Tell you what's wrong with them, John. They see us as a threat, and we are catching up with the cartel now, and we will get the cartel.
They don't want us in the top 6.
We will overtake them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They don't want the competition, you see. They have it too handy.
Exactly.
I have a lot of respect for the Chelsea owner after what he said, though, when he said it's no longer a big 6, it's now a big 7 because Newcastle are part of it. And I thought, you know what? Well said.
Well said. Absolutely. Big up to Cole, by the way. I hope you're okay. And Cole, thanks so much for the donation, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. £5 super chat. My Isak actual prediction must have had you worried when you put the second one in a net. But I could always taste the free drinks. Absolutely. And it didn't happen, but look, it shouldn't. That goal should have stood, by the way. Cole, thank you for coming and remember that as well, mate. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it, man. And big up to Allison as well. Any news just got ping. Allison, you know what, pet? I mean, just it ain't worth it, man, because we're not going to get anyone, mate. We're not going to get anyone to talk whatsoever. Our business is done, by the way. It really is done. And Tielemans playing Tandy, so that's off. Those 2 off then. Yep, absolutely. Said it earlier, say it again. Imagine being happy about a 98th minute winner against a B team. Let's that sink in for the moment.
That's funny. That was, yeah.
It was. That's a B team. That's a B team we had on yesterday. People need to get the planks out of their own eyes before they start picking speaks out of ours. That's some Cole. Yeah. Totally agree. There you go. Thank you. If I just get this out a second. Yes. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate that. 55th member. Appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. So, yeah, Barbara, I was going to say as well, I mean, that defeat, must have hit us hard. I don't know if you heard about the two coaches, two sets of coaches having a scuffle. Fabian Scher got involved as well. I
heard it. I didn't see that now. I just heard about it. But yeah. I wouldn't blame them. Like Klopp is coming up in their faces and mimicking us, like, you know. It's just childish behavior. It's just ridiculous. Like, should have been. Yeah, man. Should have got a yellow card or something for that. Like, you know, just that's a punch up. That would, you know. Absolutely.
Tony. Absolutely, Tony. That punch up, on the sidelines. It's just getting a bit ridiculous, man. When this world go, and also I've seen that Harvey Elliott and Fabio Carvalho, right, did that ridiculous celebration. We're not going to go into that too much. We've seen it, well documented, and I hope the FA, the Premier League,
the machine gun thing, yeah,
exactly. We move on from those two, by the way. But still stick on to Mason, yeah. You don't feel any more deals going to come through then?
Unfortunately not. Obviously, we've seen that Keith Downey's reported that Ashby's off because they couldn't get all the I-9 because they had a bit rejected from Torino. I'm disappointed because he would have been our Tyreek Lamptey, because obviously going in the detail when Dan Ashford signed Lamptey for Brighton, nobody heard of him. But it was reported that he was going to be the next big thing, like for Chelsea, but obviously they saw him to Brighton. Look where he is now. Dan Ashford would have done that with Dan Ashford would have been doing that with Ashby in Newcastle. I'm gutted, you know, because I'm gutted because I've heard of him. I heard he's a talented player. I'm just gutted that he isn't coming because he would have been all very own Tyreek Lamptey.
Yeah, that's very, very true, but it is what it is. But we got to do from January now, unfortunately. About Tony, I don't think I'll ask you the question as well. I was going to say as well. So, are you happy with the business being done?
Yeah, I am. I would have liked a right winger, to be fair, in that little bit extra creativity in midfield, because obviously, as I've said quite a few times, John, Jacob Murphy is just not good enough. And at the end of the day, he shouldn't even be at the club. But you know, this falls down to our former owner, who decided it was a good idea to give him a 6-year deal. Crazy, because he's championship at best.
Yeah, man.
He shouldn't have come on last night. It should have been Eddie Anderson ahead of him to give him a go. But he's obviously trusted somewhere along the line with Eddie Howe. But other than that, no, I'm quite happy with the business. Isak signing's great. Understand, I know we've turned down bids for Chris Wood today, but we can't really let him go, even though I know he doesn't get goals for us. But you still can't let him go, because I know Wilson's out for 3-4 weeks. But what if he has a setback in training and he's out a bit longer, and we got rid of Chris Wood? Then we've got to look at likes of Dylan Stevenson, Isaac Westendorf, who are the youngsters, and so it's the right thing to keep Chris Wood, as much as he's not the greatest of strikers. And he's, as I highlighted last night, John, I put his stats up on the screen. His stats have got worse over the last couple of seasons. So,
great, man.
Yeah, I'm not too. Like I say, I'm quite happy with the window, and I'll give it about an 8. But if a right winger happens to turn up tonight before 11 p.m, then I'll certainly give it a 10. But yeah, we wait and see on that one. But I still think there's a surprise. I think there's still a surprise somewhere, and I wouldn't be surprised for Roberts pulled out the hat at 11 o'clock.
Well, so that surprise happens, but I'm not convinced now. I'm not convinced, by the way. They have to have a medical course as well. They'd have to rush through that as well. I think I can remember Mitrovic had a medical with Fulham on the season-long loan when he left us to go to Fulham, and then he just got that done on time as well. So, hey, so I think it's going to be tight. I'm sure West Ham's gone for another right back. I don't know that, Paul. I hope there's no malice, but such super celebration. Elliot Rooney, a fantastic performance doing that. Yes, absolutely. This fans attacked by two idiots on the bike outside the ground. Owners were there and they were charged by the guys on the bike. Yeah, we're not going to talk about it too much because it is absolutely shocking what is going on. But who's been the biggest transfer of the day? Do you think, Ryan? I mean, there's been a lot of money being spent, but who's the blockbuster idea today? I mean, it's got to be Anthony for Man United.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's way too much money in it, to be fair. Unproven right winger. I mean, I don't know a lot about him.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't heard a lot about him before this all come up. I mean, I've seen a few videos on TikTok of his control and stuff like that, but nothing major. It's a lot of money. But to be fair, I thought that about Isak before he came. I mean, I know obviously in the Spanish league done a few seasons ago, scored a lot of goals. Still thought it was a lot of money for an unproven striker, especially not in the Premier League. But I'm still looking for what he can do. Probably is Anthony, to be fair. I can't really think of any other deadline transfers that I'm excited about more than him. Just trying to think. I know Liverpool got Arthur on loan, bit of a strange one for me. Seems a bit just sort of more for like artillery, just in case, stuff like that. But yeah, I think Anthony, I'll be watching him, see if it proves the price tag. But yeah, not excited about many deadline, to be fair, so far.
Yeah, fair enough. Barbara, we'll talk about the back. I think you might have touched on him as well. You know, he's gone to United for season on loan, 2 million and 6 million if he's successful. Really be a number one goalkeeper at Old Trafford, or
no, he won't.
I don't think he will. You know,
not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like you just, he's obviously going to get paid more wages, like but
no.
I don't know. We can always get him back, I suppose, if we want him in January.
Absolutely.
I don't know if we have to pay out. We have to pay out to get him back.
No, it's on loan. We can get him straight back if it comes to January.
Yeah, they paid us 2 million, and we just keep that 2 million, do we?
I was a bit disappointed with that, to be fair. Personally,
that's fair enough.
I just thought. To be fair, if Pope gets an injury, it's a real worry. I think that the Darlow and Gillespie and stuff like that. It's a real worry, to be fair.
Right, he's a really good keeper, yeah.
Yeah, I thought Dubravka. I not so far rated him, but I didn't think he'd done a lot wrong. I mean, I think it's probably more down to him wanting to leave than not being number 2, which is a bit strange for him going to Manchester. Yeah. But, I still think it's a real worry if Pope gets injured. I will be worried.
Absolutely. I mean, we need to get things right as well. Just look at this tweet, Tony, from Edson Alvarez, right? I mean, I'll read it out now, right? It's about a couple of hours ago. He's basically saying, according to FC Ajax, so a European lad, he said, Edson Alvarez is angry and finds it unfair that other players did get them much desired move. He is afraid that his chance will never come again. He's now putting his hopes in the supervisory board of Ajax, who could decide to prove for sell. Now, he said that he wants to leave. When Newcastle came in for him, right? He said that, okay, he'll stay. He's not going to go anywhere. He's not going to go to Newcastle, yeah? But when it came to, who was it? Chelsea, right? He's just spitting feathers because he wants that move to Chelsea.
Yeah, by the looks of things, and you know, I can see why Ajax don't want to sell him because they've sold a few players, so that they don't want to deplete their squad any further. But if he's going to spit his dummy out like that, then Ajax have a problem on their hands, because when it comes to the fact once the window closes, which will be 12 p.m. midnight their time, they're going to think, are they going to have a player that's going to put in the effort week in, week out? That's the thing. Because once you've got a player at the club that doesn't want to play for you, they're not going to put the effort in on the field. They're not going to. They're going to pull out of those 50-50 tackles. They're just not going to give their all. So you look at it and think, do you just see a couple of losses and say, right, whoever wants them, that's the fee, pay the fee, and you've got them. So. But at the end of the day, it's up to Ajax at the end of the day what they want to do. And going on like players in Holland as well, I see Leeds had an offer rejected for Cody Gakpo. Apparently Southampton are in for him as well. But again, PSV has said he's not for sale, even though he's got 5 years left on his contract. They want to keep him. He is a class player. And I think he scored a hat-trick last night, but I'm not 100% sure, in a 7-1 win. But yeah, he's a class act. And I, for one, would love Cody Gakpo on our team. He'd make a heck of a difference, But I can't see I can't see him leaving PSV, if I'm honest. Maybe something that might be to explore next summer if he has a great season for them. Yeah,
and that's the thing, because that means PSV need to get a replacement, which I don't think they want to do just yet. Let's go on to Barbara. Look, I was going to say your take as well, and it's just like I say, just mentioned Gakpo there. Would you love to take Gakpo at Newcastle when PSV?
I don't know anything about him, John, to be honest with you.
Well, that's fair enough. It's just he's just basically, I don't pull it. He's just a brilliant winger sort of thing. You can play.
He's a winger, isn't he? Yeah. Well, then we need a winger. So just was there rumours of him coming? Was there? It was.
I see what you mean, man. Rumours as well. We linked to him as well. Leeds want them, so that got turned down as well. But I think Leeds might give up now on him because they got rushed through this medical as well. They're happy with the team they've got. Best live performance I've witnessed was Arthur playing for Grêmio in Libertadores semi-finals in 2017. I didn't see that. I knew he used to be at Barcelona. Chelsea signed Dennis Zakaria for Juve. That's will free up Gallagher. If that's the true, Ryan, then are we going to get Gallagher? Are they going to? Chelsea, do you think Chelsea's going to lend them to us on loan? I can't see it.
I mean, it looked promising at one point, but I don't know.
We're their competition now. We're Chelsea's competition now. We're up near their level now, so they don't want to give us their best players.
Yeah.
End up, bringing ourselves up in the ladder, I don't think they're going to do that.
Tuchel seems to like him as well, which is a bit of a down point. I'd personally love him. I think we need someone in that centre mid because, like you say, I mean, it just shows when Shelvey and Bruno are out, you look at someone for that holding midfielder role. It's very lacking. Very lacking. I mean, Joe Linton does his bit. He's great. Willock gives with that sort of running through the midfield, pressing, going forward, running with the ball. But someone to actually control that midfield when them two are injured, it is really looking lacking. I know Gallagher isn't really that sort of holding midfielder role, you would say, but just someone in that midfield to sort of give with that bit of excitement on the match day and unlock with forward potential. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be great to happen.
Yeah, that's the thing, sort of thing. I can't see it happening anytime soon because Tuchel likes him as well. We just have to go with what we've got, people. We've got to go with what we've got. I want to show you this, guys, right? I mean, I'm going to share the screen about Isak's offside goal yesterday, right? And
wasn't offside.
It wasn't.
It wasn't offside, John.
I want to bring it up anyway, if I can get it up there, Is that the one? Yes, the one. Thank God.
His shoulder was offside, but his
There you
leg
go.
wasn't. His leg is behind the Liverpool player's leg. You know.
Yeah. You look at that,
Shoulder
right?
is it?
The shoulders.
Mm.
But I mean, similar to Rashford, isn't it? I mean, let's be real.
Rashford was further forward. Now he was onside according to Lions.
I mean, the trouble is with VAR, it's losing that thing of what we've all grown up with was the benefit goes with the striker at the end of the day. It's harder. Yeah, it's so much harder for the striker to get that chance to score a goal. And now it's getting petty in a way. It's trying to sort of define by a shoulder or stuff like that.
That's not offside to me. No.
Nah, it's not. To be fair, well, no, it, but it's unfortunately the modern day of trying to decide whether it's off or on. It's not great. Personally, I'm not a great fan of VAR. I think in a way it is good, but when stuff like that happens, we've seen it many times.
Shame, like that would have been golden.
Do you not think?
No.
Do you not think though? It's about time we went back to the old days where if there's clear daylight, then it's offside. But like stuff like this, I mean, you go back to the Nations League a few years ago when England played Holland in extra time, and in that semi-final, Jesse Lingard went through and scored a goal, and when they brought it back, his big toe was offside. Absolutely bloody ridiculous. And we went on to lose that game 3-1.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy.
If Jesse Lingard if I had stood, we would have won that game. But it just needs to be clear daylight.
Yeah,
players in front of that player.
Yeah,
definitely. I agree. I mean, it's like you say, in times like this, it takes the joy and the love out of the game. I know at times it does benefit your teams and stuff, but we've got to try and find some common ground where you're sort of affecting the game as such and sort of depriving from goals like this, because it was a fantastic goal. It was
although if that was a Liverpool player that scored the goal, we'd be praising the VAR for getting it right,
Yeah, definitely.
Crazy, man.
I mean, I'm not sure where I saw it. I think it's got to be either France or Spain, one of the two, but apparently they use the same VAR officials week after week, and there's no change around at all, so they don't swap them about. That's what we should be doing, because then you'll get consistency as well in decisions. But the problem is VAR, when it's used correctly, it works fine. The reason that came in was because obviously of the injustice when Frank Lampard scored against Germany, the equaliser, which they said wasn't equaliser, when everybody saw it on TV, that was well behind that lane, and Neuer even knew it was behind that lane because he pulled the ball back. And how a referee and linesman couldn't even say that was behind the goal is beyond me. So that was one of the reasons to brought VAR in, as well as the goal line technology, to sort of stop all this. But if VAR was used correctly, it would be a great tool to use. Maybe they should go down the route where they do it in rugby, where they explain the decisions, and you can hear them explain the decision. You hear the referee talking to the guy in the VAR, in the TMO. So you hear that going on, but that's maybe the way we should do. But the problem is they won't do that in football because they don't want you to know what's going on. I mean, VAR was used correctly like last season when we played Leicester at home, when I was at that game, when Jared Gillett ruled out Bruno's equaliser against Leicester. He then got sent the monitor by VAR. When he checked it, he realised Bruno hadn't fouled Schmeichel, and he had actually tore the ball between his legs, and so then had to come out and give it the goal. So it's good when it comes on to that sort of thing, but there's some things like the offside, and it's absolutely ridiculous and stupid, and there needs to be a change in that. I know they're going to bring this thing out in the World Cup, where they're going to do this automatic offside device that's coming out. Whether that works or not, I don't know. That's going to be interesting as well.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on it, didn't we, about referees as well, how Webb could be coming back from the MLS. If he's done a good job there, he's been recognised, Tony, you know about this as well. And if he comes back here and he puts into practice here, then the referee's going to have a lot of problems who don't perform.
Well, yeah, let's hope he does. I mean, you know, he's done a great job in the States for the MLS. There's Howard Webb. Same as Mark Clattenburg's done a great job in Greece with all the refs there. And Lee Probert's done the same in the UAE. You know, they've all done great jobs when they've gone abroad and helped out. So, yeah, let's see. I mean, I know Howard Webb wasn't the best of referees. I know Bobby Robson had a few spats with him when he was Newcastle manager. You know, so, yeah, but if he's, you know, he may come in and do a better job than what Mike Riley's doing, because Mike Riley, in my eyes, is a waste of space. That guy hasn't got a clue. But also, should VAR be run by ex-professional footballers rather than referees? Because then you won't get the bias as much, because you can get footballers in, ex-pros to do it and do it that way maybe. But like I say, the way the referees are, I mean, I'm just glad Mike Dean wasn't doing VAR for the Liverpool game last night, because God knows what would have happened. You know, that guy destroyed us last year, didn't he? He was the 12th man.
Couldn't have any worse.
He was their man of the match, wasn't he, last season? You know, when he didn't.
He couldn't have any worse on the fell last night. So he was
he stopped that. He didn't stop that head injury last year when he let Jota score, and then he ran in front of Shelby when he was trying to close down Alexander Arnold from that shot.
Oh yeah, he knocked the view of the keeper. Yeah.
So the guy got man of the match for that last year. He was Liverpool's player of the game, wasn't he? So you know, and now he's on VAR. He shouldn't be on VAR. Once he retires, that's it. You should be right. You don't go on VAR, you move on. But maybe we need to bring a thing in this as well. If referees don't perform, like Andre Mariner did last night, then it should be, right, okay, you didn't do your job this week. You're in the Championship next week. Sorry, that's how it goes. You're in the Championship for 2 weeks until you prove yourself, and then you're back in the Premier League.
Yeah, hit them in the pocket. That's where it hurts.
A sharp kick up the backside to realise that, oh, we better not make mistakes, or else we'll be demoted to the Championship or even League One.
Exactly. And the thing is, some of the standards this season has been absolutely shocking. It really, really has. But you just need to get things right. Do you know what I mean? Just be consistent. Just be honest. And they haven't been honest at all, haven't they? Sort of thing. Some of the officials we've witnessed this season.
We need younger referees too. They can't keep up with the play. They're all too old, you know.
Exactly. Need young referees that used to play the professional game, right? Just get ex-professionals to referee games. You know what I mean? Get ex-professional footballers officiate. You know what I mean? And that way, everyone can relate to them. But people like Mike Dean and that sort of thing. Get them away. Get them away. But I mean, look, still no transfer news from Newcastle yet. But Federico Fernandez could be on his way to Elche in Spain, his homeland. Kel Watts has gone to Peterborough on a season-long loan, and Matty Longstaff has gone to Colchester on a season-long loan as well. We go with you, Mason. Do you think they deserve to go and get some game time?
Yeah. The shame on Fernandez, particularly because last season when they had he looked decent. Obviously, Norwich should have started. We know what happened there. And then he came on straight after when they used to sod who got sent off.
Yeah.
And then he came on, and then he came on straight after. He should have started in the first place because Clark's shit. I just don't know why he started, because he's not good enough. Thank God he's went, because championship is his level. And I think all of them, particularly Fernandez and like Kyle Watts and Matty Longstaff, all need to just go out and just get game time.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish him all the best of luck when he goes back to Spain with Elche as well. And Matty Longstaff, go on, Tony.
Yeah, just seen something there. I'll share it on screen. Classy message from Martin Dubravka. Just give me 1 minute while I get that up. So Martin Dubravka, it's been an honour and a privilege to represent this amazing city and this incredible club over the last 4 years. I've I've been fortunate to make over 125 appearances. I'm immensely proud of what we've achieved together. I want to say a huge thank you to the Toon Army from my debut against Man United to the final game last season against Burnley. Your support has been unwavering, and I will always be indebted to you. To the club and all the staff behind the scenes, thank you for making it such a special place to play. I will forever be grateful to the club for giving me my first opportunity to fulfill my dream of playing in the Premier League. I'm excited by the direction of travel of the club and wish you all every success in the future. There couldn't be a more deserving set of supporters. I will miss you all. Look forward to our paths crossing again in the future on and off the pitch. Martin.
Yeah.
Classy.
So he's coming back to us.
Absolutely classy words there. What do you think of that one, Bob?
Sounds like he wants to come back to us again.
He does, doesn't he? He really does. And you know what it is, right? I mean, he's going to be a miss, like, but he ain't going to be a number one keeper for us anymore. Simple as that. So you have to move on from this guy. Do you know what I mean? So just move on. Just let him do well in Man United, and let's hope that Pope be successful at the football club and that. And so your take on that one, Mason?
Classy words. It's just a shame on the club where he's going to. And obviously, we know he needed the game time, but I'm disappointed with him going there because I don't know why he wanted to go there because he's not going to get any game time. Simple as because I think he's going to be. It'll be either him or Tom Heaton who will be second choice. And I'm just disappointed when he's went there because it is a toxic club, and he should have went to Leicester where he'll get game time because obviously they haven't replaced Michael, and then it won't well, and they've upgrade Danny Ward to number one, and then got Daniel Iverson's number two, who is a championship goalkeeper because he was at Preston last season. He's Danish, he's only 24, but he's not good. The second choice keeper for Leicester isn't good enough for this league.
That is the thing, man. But I just don't get it at all. But I mean, I get a lot of people on social media, Ryan, come out and say that the first opportunity he gets if Fosis crowns out the door. For me personally, I think De Braak has been absolutely outstanding. He's been a great servant, in my opinion. I think people should need to get off his back. What's your take?
Yeah, definitely. I've always been an admirer of De Braak. I think he always got a lot of unfair stick. I mean, he made a few mistakes now and again, like every goalkeeper does. Even the top goalkeepers, they make mistakes. Personally, I think he's been a great servant. I expected him to leave, not to Man United, as Mason said. I think we could have chosen a better club. Guarantee he would have had offers probably from different clubs. I mean, just from his performances previously. But yeah, definitely. I think he's been a great servant, and I wish him all the best, to be fair.
I do as well, guys. And Barbara?
Yeah. I used to love him. I didn't see the reason for replacing him, really, to be honest with you, because I thought he was a good enough keeper,
Yeah.
But when Pope came in, I was seeing what Pope can do. Well, then we did make the right decision. But before Pope came along, I was happy with the bracket because he made some fantastic saves.
Absolutely.
And I'm very happy with Eddie Howe. Like that team he put out the other night. When I saw that team, I thought we're going to be walloped. We're going to be walloped with this team. But he hasn't played so well, and he hasn't been instructed so well that they were a really tight bunch, and we were all over Liverpool the first half, all over them.
We were.
With a great first half. Of course, we were one up going into the second half. We beat them in the first half, and all we had to do was beat them in the second half. But we got tired because we were doing something running,
Yeah, man. It is what it is. I mean, I totally agree, man. Craig Hope was just tweeted about 45 minutes ago, and he said about Harrison Ashby. And the word's going, it's a no. They do not want to let him go at this stage. So it looks like that Harrison Ashby's going to stay at West Ham. And we just got to go on what we got now, people.
Yeah, I think so, John. But there's still time, John. There's still 2 hours, 40 minutes left of the window. So who knows? I mean, you know, like I said, we could be doing a deal on the quiet that nobody knows about. It could be from abroad. It could be a player having a medical somewhere in a different country, having his medical once it's passed.
Hopefully, yeah.
They might be doing all the contract with them, and then they might just come, boom, this player's announced. How many times you see that with clubs, John? You see that happening on transfer deadline day. Deals that you don't think is going to go through, and all of a sudden, boom, this player comes out of nowhere, and you're like, oh, hang on, where's that come from? They've just showed pictures on Sky there of Aubameyang arriving at a clinic in London to have his medical for Chelsea.
Wow.
He's going there for 10 million, plus Marcus Alonso's joining Barcelona as part of the deal.
I heard that.
Just a bit of news as well. Billy Gilmore signing for Brighton. I think it's just been said he's had a medical. £10 million as well for Billy Gilmore.
Wow. Is that permanent? Is that a permanent deal for Billy Gilmore?
Rangers will get 15% of the sale.
I tell you what, that is a good. I think that'd be a perfect club for him, by the way. Do you know what I mean? I think Graham Potter loves young players. He really, really does. And I think Billy Gilmore, after that disaster he had at Norwich City, I think he'd do alright at Brighton. So it will be absolutely a great signing for him, by the way. Just get game time, I think he'd be fine. Pablo, big up to you, mate. Even lads, as I was tipped by, I really can't see us getting no more bodies through the door. Sad to see the back and leave, but wish him all the best of luck. Absolutely, man. Thank you so much indeed for that. Look, listen, I just don't think he didn't want to stay here. He had to go. And Ryan, I mean, again, I mean, I think that deal's close, mate. I think that deal's done.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's gone. I wish him the best. Can I see him getting in front of De Gea? Do I think he'd do better than De Gea for the rest of the season? It's probably a conversation to have. You know, I think he's possible. I wouldn't say underrated, but I think a lot of fans overlook the things that he has done. You know, the goals that he has kept out, saved win a lot of games. You know, when the tide's going against her and stuff like that, and we need that save and stuff. I think he has come up in showing up in them times. I hope he gets a run in the team at least, even in Europe, because I know they're in Europe this season, even in the lower Europe leagues. But yeah, it looks like it's going to go through. And like I say, I wish all the best for him, and I hope he does do well.
Absolutely. I'll touch on Chris Wood again, if you don't mind, people. I cannot believe that Newcastle turned down that deal to offload Chris Wood. I still can't believe it, Bob. And I'll come to you, yeah? I mean, do you think Newcastle missed a trip there?
Me?
Yeah.
I do, yeah. But with Wilson injured, if Wilson wasn't injured, I'd say they would have sold him. But Wilson injured now.
Fair enough.
If Isaac gets injured, then with nobody. Well, we have. The young man, what's the name?
Yeah.
His name is going out of my head now. The chap that come on as a sub in the last game.
What was the deal out interest for Wood?
Well, they didn't put a fee for Chris Wood, but Watford wanted him. I didn't know if it was a season-long loan or could be a permanent deal, but we don't know that. But they didn't say. But Newcastle have turned down a Watford's offer for Chris Wood.
They probably would have got what we paid for him back, you know?
Yeah.
We don't get 25 million back. There's no way.
Oh, no. I think it was 10 million.
10 million. Well, I would have took that sort of thing. No big shocks there at the minute in time. We only done that to Tony to weaken Burnley. That's all we've done.
Yeah, we did. That's what we did it for. But I can't see us, like I said earlier on, we won't get rid of Wood because Wilson's out injured at the moment. And then you're falling down the youngsters of Westendorf, and you've got Munoz and you've got Dylan Stevenson. A bit unfair to throw them in the limelight in the Premier League to say, look, get up there and score goals if Isak was injured or anything like that. Maybe, and like I said, what if Wilson has a setback in training and then he knocks his injury back into that 5 or 6 weeks? Then when we've got rid of Chris Wood, it's I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but then maybe come January, maybe we can sell him on in January and bring another forward in then. Who knows?
Absolutely. I hope he goes in January now. I hope he does. I just got this tweet, guys, right? The Blackers just posted out a tweet, right? Let's have a look. And he said, it might have been on his Instagram, I don't know, but he said, he may say, come on, boys, Man United, right? And all the people now, Mason, are absolutely piling on the Blacker with all the messages and this and that and talk about sort of thing, like, too quickly, moved on, blah, blah, blah. People are saying that don't call me United, blah, blah. Mason, what's your take on this, mate?
By the way, they're winning 1-0. Jadon Sancho scored. With Dubravka,
Man.
you see other players do it.
They all do it.
I'm not bothered if he said that. It's his new club. He can see what he's like. I'm not bothered, but I probably would have said something mainly because it's him. That's my problem. It's him.
Fair enough. You're going to get some tweet, mate, are you?
I'm going to go and get some news.
No problem, mate. Listen, you come back when you can, man. And thanks for joining for now, man. See you in a bit.
John.
See you in a bit. Take care. So I'm going to get I'll do something, mum, in a minute, like sort of thing. So I'll let Tony take home the show in a minute, like if Ryan and Barb stays on.
Well, I can't stay much longer. I'm looking after my mum. My mum is 93. I'm a full-time carer. So.
Oh, bless you.
So I'll probably stay another few minutes, yeah.
No, that's fine. If you want to go, just let us know, man. And then
I really enjoyed coming on, and maybe I'll do it again,
Definitely, man. You're welcome to, mate. You're welcome to, Barbara. I think it's fantastic. You know what I mean? It's just your first time here. It's great to get you on.
Yeah.
I mean, you try to go on Porsche channel as well, apparently, as well.
But confidence up, it's just...
It's just a confidence thing.
It's hard for your first time, like.
Exactly. I know what you mean. When I first did it as well, I was nerve-wracking as well. And the first channel I went on to was Porsche channel, and I was nerve-wracking as well. So, So, yeah, I mean, it's just all quiet on the transfer front. I mean, Aubameyang could be on his way to Chelsea, with Alonso, like Tony said, could be going the other way as well. But they spent a lot of money. Aston Villa?
Villa have signed Dendoncker on a permanent, and are now getting Bednarak as well from Southampton. And Villa have turned down an improved offer from Arsenal for Douglas Luiz. Arsenal have offered an improved bid of £23 million.
Wow. I tell you what, though, and they turned it down. At least Villa are spending now, like, on the last year. Well, they probably need it anyway, to be quite honest with you, because they are clearly struggling. They got beat again yesterday. But then Donker, I don't know that much of him. I know he's a big lad. He can play in CDM. He plays in defence as well. But good luck to him. Good luck on his move. And Beniak as well. Good luck to him as well. I just think Stevie G needs to get the results now. He needs to, Tony, because if he doesn't, he'd be in big trouble.
Exactly.
Big trouble.
He's in big trouble now, John. Never mind needing him. But if they get beat again at the weekend, I think they've got Man City at the weekend. So that's not an easy game, is it?
I don't think Gerrard is doing very well either, is he, Gerrard?
Nah. I mean, if you think about it, exactly. You think about it, right? I mean, it's quite easy to manage it up in Scotland. When it comes to the Premier League, it's very, very tough. It's a different ball game. And I think Stevie G didn't quite realise how easy it's going to be. But now he's got to get it right on the pitch.
Yes, yeah.
And if he doesn't, he'll be done. He's done it.
He hasn't the experience. He hasn't the managerial experience. Like I know he's working with Rangers for a year or two. Like, but as I say, it's not the Premier League,
You're right. You're right. And look, he's got a dirt roots after him as well, by the way, when Bruce got sacked. And to be honest with you, I think he dodged a bullet on Stevie G, to be fair, because if I'm honest with you, yes, at the time, I didn't think he want to come. I didn't think he want to come at all. I mean, Eddie Howe is after Eddie Howe, Stevie G. I think he's always going to go to Aston Villa anyway, because there's Christian Perslow can used to get on with him as well, you know.
I think we got the best
Yeah.
manager we could have got.
Absolutely agree, man.
So happy
Can't
with
beat
it.
it.
Unbelievable.
Quality. And Pavel said we should have sold Wood and signed the lad from Watford, but obviously he wants to stay as well. So it is what it is. João Pedro, he wants to stay at Watford. Good luck to him. And to JD, I hope you find me. So we're having a good day. We haven't yet, no, but we got rid of 3 players in a minute. Gone to different clubs, but we need someone to come in. But it's 8:30, and I just don't think you get any more coming in at all, which is a shame. But we've got some good players there, Tony. I mean, we made some good signings, I think. But hopefully we could improve in January. But what we need to do in Jan, we need to improve the substitutes bench, because at the minute it's weak.
Exactly, yeah.
Very weak.
Yeah, like I said, John, the other day, because when the owners took over, because we got such a poor squad as such because of what the previous owner left behind. Bearing in mind, a lot of these were playing the Championship 6 years ago when we got promoted. So, like I said to you, it's not going to happen like overnight that we can just change the whole lot. It's going to be a gradual. But then next summer, there'll be a few players going out the door. And then there might still be the odd couple around. But then by the year after that, most of these players will be gone. The Jacob Murphys will be gone. Your Chris Woods will be gone. Your Jamal Lascelles will be gone. You know, you've got to do what Man City you've got. You see, Man City have got a bench which is like, you know, you look at their bench, it's like a second team. I mean, like Forest last night, they kept De Bruyne on the bench for the whole night. Obviously, Pep just said, "Put your feet up, mate, and watch the game because I'll rest you for Saturday." Yeah. And he brought Alvarez on, scores 2 goals. So they've got players that can come off the bench and still score goals and improve them. But that's what we've got to. That's what we've got to look at. Having a strong bench. And when you look at our bench, it ain't strong. I mean, you look at it and you think Murphy, Wood, not really a great bench, is it, to look at? But, and another young lad's gone on loan as well. He's gone to Hamilton, Lucas de Ball. He's joined Hamilton on loan. And Matty Longstaff's gone to Colchester on loan till January.
Sums it up, doesn't it? It sums it up. Do you know what I mean? But we need to get rid of more players, sort of thing as well. But Ryan, I'll catch you out of it again, right? I mean, these players need to be moved on. They've been at the club for way too long, and that is the problem. We need to get these players out of the club, and we haven't done that as properly. But we got to do it in January, man.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, I mean, it takes time. It takes time. I know, like you say, we're all up to see a bench to come on that we can say, right, he's coming on, he's going to do something. He's coming on, he's going to do something. When you've got Murphy and Wood and stuff like that sitting on the bench, even Longstaff when he was sitting on the bench from a full team strength, it ain't looking great. But like you say, I think in January, if they want to push on, which I think they will, get rid of some of the pardon me weird words, but some of the dead wood away in January, and really improve the squad. I think we're starting lineup as moving forward. I'm really happy with probably till the end of the season. Obviously, it'd be great to get someone in to impact it in January, but just improve the squad with good Premier League proven players. Just to start to bulk up that squad a bit more. Improve on we're starting 11. I think we can get a real identity moving forward, and that'll be the main objective in January. 100%, getting rid of some of the players that aren't going to make the cut, getting in some players that are going to help the squad, cup games, if we want to push into Europe, we're going to need that squad 100%. If we're serious about finishing in the top 8, top 7 this season, we're going to need that squad in January.
When is the next cup game, by the way? That next Wednesday, is it? The next cup, Coca-Cola Cup game.
I think so. Is that the Carabao Cup?
Carabao Cup,
Yeah.
That's in November. That's going to be in November time. We've got Palace at home. Is it
Yeah.
Palace at home?
November, is it? That far away?
I think that'd be amazing. I mean, look at the teams that's been knocked out. The Premier League's been knocked out of the competition already. And look how many Premiership teams got played each other. 7 in the next round. Do you know what I mean? I think it's brilliant.
Good chance of winning this. Yeah.
We could win the thing. We could win the thing if we get it right. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, well, that's what I say, man. But I was going to say we've got still no signings yet. Tony, no signs at all, mate. And I'm going to have to say now.
It's all quiet at the moment, John. But, you know, like I say,
you never know. Yeah.
The window doesn't shut till 11 o'clock, so you don't know. And
Isaac won't come in out of the blue.
It could be after 11 o'clock that anything's announced as well, so you don't know. You know, we've seen signings announced the day after that they've kept quiet. As long as you've got your facts through to the Premier League by 11 o'clock, or the FA by 11 o'clock to register them players, then you're fine. But anything after 11, them players have to go back to their clubs.
They're better off keeping quiet about it because when you mention it, the other players are going after it. The players we're after, then, like, you know, if you keep it to yourself, then they won't know about the players you're looking for, you know.
Yeah, I think Dan Ashworth's kept everything quiet since he's come in the club. Because when you notice, once he came in, all of a sudden, all these leaks of players stopped all of a sudden, and nobody knew anything.
That is the thing. Sancho's giving Man United a lead. It's Leicester 0, Man United 1.
Brendan Rodgers under pressure then.
Rodgers getting the sack.
That is not good for Brendan Rodgers, by the way. They got to play Villa. I think they've got to play Villa.
They're rock bottom now, aren't they? They've only got 1 point or something, I think.
Exactly. What's gone on at that football club? That's when they lost Fofana as well. It's okay getting 70 million quid, but if you don't improve the team, then you're going to be in big trouble. And I think Leicester are going to be in big trouble. I can't see Brendan's going to be there very long.
I feel for Rodgers, to be fair, in that situation. It's really hard. I think he's done great at Leicester. I don't understand. There must be something going on behind the scenes for them not to want to invest. I mean, Premier League champions, 5 seasons ago in Europe, stuff like that, and they want to start the season like this. It's worrying, really worrying.
But that was really a fluke, in fairness. Like that was
it was a one-off.
He just played out of skin that year, and Vardy was on fire. Like Vardy's not scoring many now, you know.
Yeah, definitely. It's just more of an identity thing that if you want to be a big club and you do something like that and you go in Europe, and they've always been a team, especially in the past 5 seasons, where you think Leicester's a tough game. You know, you go to Leicester, you've got James Barnes, you know,
they were 150 to 1 to win the league. Like, you'd have put a pound on them, you'd have got 150.
Yeah,
that was great odds.
I mean, I agree with Ryan. I mean, you know, it is a shame for Rodgers that, you know, if they lose tonight, obviously, well, we're not saying it's going to sack him, but it'll put him on the tightrope, ready to go. But you know, Leicester, it's their own problem, this, because at the end of the day, that, you know, it goes back to the club as well. They obviously had to sell players to buy players in. Now, they knew this situation, so they've had plenty of time over this transfer window. Yes, okay, they don't want to sell Maddison. It took so long to sell Fofana to Chelsea, but that deal went through yesterday. But you look at it and you think, but you've let these deals go too late. If they'd sold Fofana at the beginning of August,
give them a chance to buy somebody else.
Time to get their replacement in. Plus, they could have also used that money to buy other players to improve their team. And, you know, they should have sold a couple of their players. I mean, even Maddison, I mean, you know, it was rumoured that we were prepared to pay the whole 50 million up front. And obviously Norwich wanted Maddison sold as well because they get a 15% sell-on clause. But if he doesn't sign a new contract, Maddison, they won't see that sort of money next summer because he'll only have a year left on his deal. And it'll be the same as Tielemans. He'll be down to about 25 million quid. So I wouldn't be surprised. But then I wouldn't be surprised if we went in for him in January.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, Leicester's lost a lot. Leicester's done it all wrong. Totally wrong. But, well, what can I say, man? What can I say? I mean, it's going to be their loss at the end of the day, and that's all there is to it. But actually being in big trouble. But if Brendan Rodgers does get the sack, they were even talking about Marcelo coming to Leicester City, Barbara, from Real Madrid.
Yeah.
It's that
make any
move.
difference.
What do you think of that move?
I don't think it would make any difference. You don't know.
Nah, I don't think it will. It could put bombs on seats, but I just don't think it's going to make any difference at all whatsoever, people. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't think Marcelo will come to Leicester anyway. Tony, do you think, Tony? I don't think he'll come there.
I don't think he will, no. Not at all. I can't see that happening, if I'm honest.
Depends what he's offered.
Who would want to go to Leicester at the moment? They're sitting bottom of the table, you know. It's not like where we were sitting bottom of the table. And obviously Bruno made the move from Lyon to come to us, you know. So, but he took a risk. I mean, he put no clauses in his contract at all. So there was no get-out clauses whatsoever. So had we gone down, he would have been playing the Championship this season. But he took a risk by leaving a club that was in European football to come to a club that wasn't a relegation battle. But it worked.
Yeah.
But because
that must be
right.
That must be the biggest turnaround in the history of football, from where we were to where we are now in the space of 6 months. Like,
it's the only time it's been done. Nobody's ever lost the first 14 and survived, and I don't think we'll ever see that again. Yeah.
Incredible relationship, and he hasn't really got the accolade for it either. Like, you know, he should be getting the Manager of the Year award.
Again, yeah, should have been given to Howe, but it went to Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah.
Again, Jurgen Klopp gets to Manager of the Year.
He didn't. Well, they won something, like, but they had all the money and they had all the best players, like, so it wasn't really the managers, the players had done that.
He won the FA Cup, he won the Carabao Cup on penalties, didn't he? So, you know, it's like, yeah, so I just don't get that one, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Why Eddie Howe should have got, not as being biased because we're all Newcastle, but what he should have done, what should have happened was Eddie Howe should have been given a hands down, because from him coming in the club in November to the state we were in, it didn't take until December to win our first game against Burnley at home 1-0 when Wilson scored. You know, and then that turnaround in January. I mean, we had that bad December and we looked at that fixture list thinking, where are we going to get points from? I mean, Man United robbed us at home because we were 1-0 up. And had Maxi scored just after the half time in the second half, that would have put us 2-0 up. There's no way back for Man United. They got a lucky goal through Cavani, and but if not, we would have won that game. But they robbed us of 2 points that night because Man U did not deserve a draw at that game. They were absolutely awful that night. Ronaldo was absolutely terrible that night as well. So, but looking at the January we had and then going on, we did absolutely brilliant. And, you know, we stayed up in the Premier League. And we didn't just stay up marginally, we stayed up quite comfortably. We finished 11th place.
11th in the end, weren't we?
Yeah, just 6 points behind the European place.
It's phenomenal, really, from a rock bottom. Like, it's amazing.
Absolutely. We've got 2 messages here. Big up to Colin. I went on Twitter. So this one, I went on Twitter and said we're after Pulisic on loan. It was a fair account of the Fabrizio immediately got me there. Always check on the blue tick, Colin, because at the end of the day, right, it could be falling for it as well. I'm nearly falling for it as well, but didn't quite work. But there you go. Big up to JD. Love you, cello, bro. Keep it good. Thanks so much indeed, mate. Spread the word, mate, for Can. That'd be amazing. And Connor, thank you very much for becoming a member. Mate, the latest member. 2 members in one night. That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, Connor. Also, Barbara's a member as well, by the way, if anyone haven't noticed. So thank you for that, Barbara. So what's the fan base like in Newcastle fan base in Dublin like, Barbara? Is it huge?
It's getting bigger, obviously, you know, with the popularity of us rising up the table. And today is we have a good few hundred fans over here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A few thousand, probably.
I think that's amazing because I love to do a
vlog.
vlog.
There's no actually club. I don't go to any club in Dublin, like.
Exactly, man. Yeah, you know what it is, right? I mean, Newcastle's a huge club. Tony,
big following, yeah, big following,
much following, big club, right? I mean, I'll tell you what I'd love to do next year, right? I mean, probably in the summer. If Newcastle play in America, right, in the summer, right, I'm gonna make sure I go there and just do a vlog there live from America and spread the word as well for Newcastle fans as well. What I'm going to do is try and get the members as well in America, Newcastle fans, collaborate with them as well and have a word as well. So that's what I'm going to do. So, yeah, I think it's going to be brilliant. What do you think, Tony?
I think it's a fantastic idea, John. Yeah. And the thing is, so we've got, you know, we have got quite a huge following in the States as it happens. And, you know, and the more we're out there spreading the word, the better as well. So, you know, but I'm sure Darren Eales will be doing all he can to get us a pre-season over there. And he'll be doing a lot of these commercial deals for us as well. So, you know, you got to remember, like, next season, we can get some sponsorship deals in.
Mm-hmm.
So say, for instance, if sponsorship in the ground, you know, the shirt sponsors front of the shirt and things like that. If that generates about £160 million, then the club's generating our own money as well. So that way helps for transfers, things like that, rebuilding work or whatever I want to do. So, you know, it's all good going forward.
Yeah, man.
But you see, what I couldn't understand was when, as soon as we took down the Sports Direct signs, all these 18 clubs, because obviously Man City abstained out of it, because he didn't want to be part of it. But all these 18 other clubs decided, whoa, hang on a minute, Sports Direct signs have gone. They're going to put a sponsorship up. Let's get some rules in before they do it. You know, which I found crazy. And the biggest club that was against us having sponsorship was Leicester City. And I thought, well, hang on a minute, you can't be like that. Your stadium's named after your owner's King Power. You used to have King Power on your shirts. So how can you preach to other people that they can't have sponsorships to do with their owners when your stadium's clearly named after what your owner's company is, King Power? And in case
I have to pop out, sorry, John, I have to pop out now. Okay, sorry.
No, that's fine, Barbara. Thank you very much for coming. Before you go,
thanks for having me. Really enjoyed it.
Before you go, Barbara, can you tell us where you can find you on your socials, please, so people can know you?
I don't really do much of that, to be honest with you.
Do you not? Oh, fair enough. Listen, you crack on, Bob, and thanks so much for coming on, and make sure you come back again, mate. Thanks.
I will do, yeah. Thanks, John, for having me.
Cheers, Bob. See you after.
Right.
Night.
Bye.
Right. That's big up to Barbara. She is absolutely amazing, by the way, and it's great to see her on for the first time, people. So there you go. Thanks for that, Connor, again, for the member. Thanks for Ravi coming in, and no more signings then. Does look like him, mate, and he's a big Liverpool fan as well. He must be one big happy guy as well after that. So, yeah. But go back to also sponsorship, Tony, as well. I mean, if Darren Eales do as best he can. I love doing like play Orlando City, do a Florida tour, probably do what do you call it? New Orleans, probably do New York. I tell you what, if they do it in advance, I've got to start saving up as well, Pete. Tony, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what would be lovely is if obviously Almiron's still around with us next summer, and see we have a game against Atlanta United. What would the reception that Almiron will probably get over there will probably be, second to none. You'll probably get, a hero's welcome, basically. But But yeah, he's I think there'll be quite a few different games over there, probably different states as they call them in America.
Yeah, man.
So maybe like Ohio, Florida, and that sort of thing. But yeah, it'll be nice to go on a tour of America. We were supposed to do it this summer, weren't we? But for some reason got cancelled. Don't think Everton enjoyed that tour of America though, did they? Because they got beat 4-0 off Minnesota, and then in that game, Dele Alli missed a complete open goal and hit the post, didn't he? So yeah,
he did.
So Everton don't have good memories of it, do they?
Exactly not. Terrible. I mean, what do you think, Ryan? What do you think, man? Would you go to America if Newcastle go into tours?
Oh, it would be a dream come true, to be fair, mate. I mean, I'd probably have to save a few pennies, but yeah, I mean, it's the sort of things that you want to, like you say, when you reach that sort of big. And I mean, I know we've got a big fan base already, but when the owners are putting money in and you're doing these big pre-season tours, and you hear about Manchester going to Asia and all that sort of stuff, and City going these places. If we started to become that club and building a massive fan base abroad, it would be unbelievable to go over there and experience that away and seeing it. It's great to see, like you see, even when you go abroad and stuff, and you go on your holidays, and they always seem to recognise Newcastle when you say you're a Geordie and stuff like that, and that you'll always see a Geordie away on holiday and stuff, and to go to somewhere like that and see Newcastle fans from a different country and stuff, it'll be amazing, absolutely amazing.
I tell you what, there's one guy who's going to come in. There's one guy who's going to go to America as well. As soon as the concert, it'll be one Adam Pearson. It'll be definitely gone, 100%. And when he does,
100%.
It'll be gone. And when he does, I will have words to him, by the way, as well, because I want to go with him as well. Do you know what I mean? So wherever he goes, he can lead that sort of thing. You know what I mean? I'll be definitely going as well, 100%. But you know what it is? We might be qualified for European football next season as well. Sort of if we play our cards like Mason. You never know.
Obviously, if we play the way we have so far this season and get a few players in January, because to be honest, if like out of the blue we get somebody in the next 2 hours, or that form has to be filled out by 10 o'clock, so they can like extend it until 1 o'clock in the morning. If somehow they've done that on the sly, and then we're going to sign somebody out of the blue, I'll be happy with that. And then once we get players in January, to strengthen the squad up and sell some French players who aren't good enough, I think we could be in Europa Conference or the Europa League.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got holidays. I get 30 days holidays a year, Tony. And basically, I hope my boss does put pressure on us saying, "Oh, you take this holiday, you got to take this holiday." I said, "Well, no, I take the holidays. I want to take the holidays. Yeah, simple as that. Because I want to do trips. If we might go to Europe next season, I'd rather wait. And then, obviously, if I don't take the first holidays for the first 4 months, she's on Newcastle's in the European League or whatever it may be, I could play around it. But look, at the end of the day, I'm going to enjoy it, man. If we get through, we could do European football this season. I think we can get top 8.
We can get top 6, John. If providing we keep the team fit. If St. Maxim carries on his form the way he's been, the form against Man City, that day was unplayable. Even Trippier told him, he says you were unplayable that day. And even Maxi said on the TV, he says, "Yeah, listen to what Trippier tells me." So, and then against Wolves, his goal, that was sublime, wasn't it? The finish. Because it came out from Hwang, who tried to clear it. And obviously straight to Maxi, who, volleyed it straight back in. Takes a lot of skill to do that, by the way. It's not an easy finish. People might look and think, "Oh, yeah, well, that's easy. Just flew off his foot." But it's not. You've got to have the technique to do it as well, and the skill. So that was good. And then unfortunately, he got injured in that game. So hopefully, if he can carry on his form where he's at, then he carries that on. I can see us doing really well this season. And if we can get Callum Wilson back fit and firing, Maybe play him alongside Isak, see how they get on as a partnership. That them two could run riot in the Premier League. Work well with each other. So yeah, the signs are looking good. We'll get Bruno back playing his normal self, back in his midfield role. We've got the enforcer J7 who's playing well at the moment as well. Eddie Howe's got to be commended for the job he's done with Joe Linton. Turning him from a hopeless striker who couldn't hit a barn door, score for Toffee, to swashbuckling midfielder now who literally like a bulldozer and just boom, drives through the midfield. So it's all looking good. So there's no reason why we can't finish top 6 this season, and I would love to see that happen. And let's see how we get on. But I'll tell you now, when Liverpool come to St James's Park, they ain't going to get it easy.
Definitely not. Definitely not, because we're not scared of anyone now with that squad we've got. I mean, you think Bruno's scared of oppositions anymore? No. ASM, if he plays, I think he'll be ripping them apart, by the way. He will rip Trent a good one. We could have done with him yesterday, man. We could have done with Bruno yesterday. Yeah? We could have done with Wilson as well. But even Isak has been fantastic. I mean, that first
if
game.
If I've got one criticism of last night, especially for when they scored that goal, what I would have liked to have seen is, if he wanted to show things up, why didn't he bring Botman on or Shaw on? But more Botman, because Botman's been brilliant. Why didn't he bring him on? And then he, when that corner came in, he might have headed it out, and they might not have got that winning goal. So maybe that would have been nice to see Botman come on. Just maybe take the cells off, bring Botman on.
Exactly.
I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Just to show things up. I mean, look, I see your point. I mean, Botman knows how to defend properly. He knows exactly the position he's going to be. And he's not the quickest, but he's got a footballing brain. And he knows how to tackle as well. He is absolutely brilliant player of the season all day long. But he has to play on Saturday, man. He has to, because at the end of the day, I mean, I wouldn't say we missed him, but we could have done with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree.
So, just ask you something, Mason.
Obviously, we're not going to get somebody in, but it's for the people in the chat as well, and some of you on There's a few free agents out there. Who would you rather get? I know John disagreed with us last night on Paylay's channel about free agent who I would give a chance to. But I would give Ross Barkley a chance. I know people say his attitude isn't good. He's been poor since he went to Chelsea, but to be honest, if he plays for Eddie Howe, if he plays for Newcastle, he'll be a totally different player. I don't know if you agree with it, but I would personally give him a chance.
It's one of them. I get it, because I do think Eddie Howe is a great coach, and I think he can get the best out of people when, I mean, Joe Linton's the prime example, isn't he? You show him beforehand in a striker role and stuff like that, no one would want to touch him at all. And then he comes into the midfield. Eddie Howe does a bit of coaching with him and stuff like that, and everyone's looking at this centre mid dynamo, thinking who's this in the Premier League doing this? You know what I mean? But Barkley, I don't know. It's a bit of a gamble in it, but I get your point. I do get your point. Personally, I wouldn't take him just off what I've saw, but I suppose is he better than what we've got on the bench to bring on in centre mid? It's a debate.
Me personally, I mean, I know Mason would take a chance on him. Me personally, I wouldn't, because I think, yes, he's got the experience. I get that. But at the end of the day, he's injury prone. His attitude is not right for me. I just don't think he's going to make a difference now. He had the problem. He had the ability. He had all his feet. But since then, I mean, how many games has he really played for Chelsea? How many good performances he had as well? Not great.
Yep.
No, yes. I wouldn't take him, John. Yes, he was a good player when he broke through at Everton. I think maybe went to Chelsea too young, and because he hasn't really played much for them, maybe that's just dented his confidence. but he does have some issues as well. In apparently his attitude's not right, and apparently he's done stuff at Chelsea, which is why they got. I think they sent him out on loan to Villa last season. I wouldn't touch him with a barge pole, if I'm honest. No matter how much Eddie can do with him, you don't want people like that who've got an attitude problem in the dressing room.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I'll go through these comments because they're coming in slightly quick and fast. Paul said, "Fish on if JD said Ravi's just kidding, I know, so to kick him off. No, Ravi's a great guy. I love Ravi, by the way, even though they beat us yesterday. I said a few videos ago with Simon Braithwaite, who's just left Barcelona's Braithwaite, just left Barcelona, contract terminated. Would I take him? I'm not so sure. Unlucky yesterday, John. That's some kick out. Thank you very much. I knew you have to say that. But listen, we got done by the second goal, and that would have been 2 up. You're not a comeback from this game. Barkley needs game time. He did well at Villa on loan. Yes, he did. But for me, I don't think Eddie would take him anyway. Big up to Ian, by the way. Ian, want to come on, mate? Just click on the link, mate. John hates Ross Barkley. I don't hate him, but I just wouldn't have him personally. If you can get him cheap to prove himself, or he's on free, by the way, Carl, then maybe, just maybe. And by cheap, I mean wages. He probably asks about 150k a week. And you know what it is, right? We're not be paying that to him at all whatsoever, mate. We're not hopping.
Nah, no chance, mate. I mean, he's probably barely worth 50, to be honest. It's one of them. I suppose he's had his chance, hasn't he? He's been around the Premier League for. I mean, I remember when Gaza and stuff like that when he first come through. He had that potential and stuff like that, and obviously when we look at players like that, like Dele Alli, like Ross Barkley, we're looking at them thinking that they could be the next big thing, and the proof's in the pudding. At the end of the day, they haven't went out to fill the potential, and there's a reason for that. Obviously, we always cling on and think we could do something with him, or we could do something with him, and it would still be the same with like Dele Alli and Ross and stuff like that. But nah, I think the time's gone, to be honest.
Wow. Look at this one, right? I've just got a tweet, Tony. To remember this guy, Tyler Diblin from Southampton, right? 16-year-old lad, right? Yeah. He was after him. Now, he went to Chelsea, right? Joining Chelsea this summer. Now, apparently, he, according to the club academy staff at Chelsea, they were notified today it was Diblin's choice as he didn't like it at Chelsea and wanted to come back. So he went to Chelsea, right? And then, you know what? He failed to settle in West London, right? Now he's gone back to Southampton. And he was after this player as well.
Strange, that, isn't it? Strange. So something's obviously gone wrong at Chelsea. He may be homesick. Johnny may have wanted to be back in Southampton. So he might have gone to London and thought, oh, this is too much for me. I'd rather be where I'm comfortable, Southampton.
Yeah.
Some players just don't like to move out the area, and maybe he's such a young lad and he just wants to go back in, and you can't blame him really. And while we're on the subject of Southampton, they've actually just signed Ainsley Maitland-Niles on loan now.
Wow, that is a good signing. That's a good season on loan. I like him, by the way. I do like him. And, I think he can do bits as well, but he just needs game time, do you know what I mean? But he went to Roma last season, hardly had a kick as well, right, by Jose, sends him back to Arsenal, and let's hope. He's been linked with Southampton for quite a while, by the way, and you know what? Now he's got his chance. It's only 65 miles away from London. He has got far to go, and I hope he does really, really well. I really, really do, because he is a good player when he does play, and he can play a number of positions too. What's happened to Pedro, John? I think he would be a good signing like us, like mate. He's staying at Watford, mate. And that's definitely been confirmed. He also helped Watford get back into the Premier League. He also get game time. And look, at the end of the day, right, we got to wish the kid the best of luck, because he's only young. He's only 20. And that's another thing, mate, so we can go for next season, mate.
Oh, definitely. Obviously, we've got, we're linked with Pedro. Circumstances where we're going to get him, but obviously we went with Isaac instead. But we could have got Pedro, but obviously he's made it clear he wants to stay at Watford. He wants to fight with the team to get back up in the Premier League. And he showed you when he played Middlesbrough last night or Tuesday that he wants to help. He's in a team where he wants to fight and get up to the Premier League. I know Watford have been a bit of a yo-yo club recently because they've been up down, and but they haven't got the right. But the thing is, they haven't got the right investment. They haven't got the right investment, the right players in. Some of the players have just been playing for themselves. Majority of them have been playing between Udinese and Watford because of their owners, and obviously before they went down, they smashed the transfer record on Ismail Assar, who I think it didn't work out for him. Yes, he is a good player, but I think first season in the Premier League, new country for him, I think didn't work out. But obviously, he had patches in the first season where he had good games, mainly against Man United, or was it Liverpool? Was it Liverpool? I think it was.
I think I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. Oh, it's Everton. Everton. It's Everton. He's linked to Everton as well, Pedro.
Everton have withdrawn interest this morning. I've seen that.
Yes.
But going back to Watford.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? They keep bringing in players who are just themselves, who just don't care about anybody else. They just want to be themselves, get their paycheck at the end of the week. That's all. And that's how they went from Zisco to Ranieri to Roy Hodgson. 3 managers in the space of one season. It's not good enough. I know the owners are like, they're obviously, because they keep hiring managers. They did it the same when the first time before they got relegated. They got, who was the manager? Have you got Grazia? Then they went to, who was it again?
Ranieri?
No, was it when they came up? Cisco Flores, I think that's him. And then they went to Nigel Pearson and then they went down. They did the same last season, but if they come back up, they'll do the same again. I just don't get it because he won't want to play with 3 different managers at Watford because that's what they'll do next season. And if he comes to Newcastle, he'll only work with the one manager who's got ambitious owners who wants to work with ambitious players, and that's all I just say. João Pedro should come to Newcastle because he's working under a project and he's going to be at a club where they're going to keep sack managers every single time. They're on a bad run. I know Everton were interested in him. I want to touch on Everton as well. Why would he want to go to Everton? Because they've signed Neil Maupay, who, yes, hasn't had a great season last season. Hasn't had a great few games, but Danny Welbeck has shown he's got the quality, and that's why he's been leaving Neil Maupay up the squad, because Danny Welbeck still got the quality back. I know he's had injuries, but he's shown his quality against Man United, us, and Leeds, and just shows you João Pedro should come to us because Everton will be in a relegation battle. Obviously, they've been spending money, but Everton, he should not go. He shouldn't. If he went to Everton, he shouldn't go. He shouldn't went because he's going to be fighting. He's going to be fighting relegation, and if he comes to Newcastle, he'll be playing Europa Conference, Europa League.
That's fair enough. Big up to Andy. How are you doing?
How are the lads?
We are lads, man. We are lads.
Yari.
Man, how are you doing?
I could be better, actually. It don't look like we're going to get anyone, so a little bit upset about that. But still 2 hours to go. You never know.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. We could get Lionel Messi.
I know. You never know. Never know.
Cup.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
What happened with you boys then yesterday? Wasn't it good, was it?
Not really, mate. No, it was, well, let's just say VAR wasn't on our side yesterday. Normally is switched off when we play anyway. And not only that, it's just, when Liverpool got the winner, fair enough, they got the winner, but the way their bench went on, absolutely ridiculous. One of their coaches running over to the Newcastle bench, sticking his 2 fingers up, and that then started a big melee where Shaw jumped off the bench and, joined in.
I didn't see it.
Just absolutely ridiculous. The FA now investigating it. But what annoys me is the fact is Jurgen Klopp was not only having a go at our management team of Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall, but he was also in the ear of David Coop most of the night as well, the 4th official. Now, the referee should have got a grip of this and went over to him and said, look, you either calm it down or I'm going to produce a card. And then if he'd carried on, he could have said, right, there you are, there's a yellow card, do any more, and it's a red and you're off to the stands. But that's the problem. Klopp just seems to be untouchable in the Premier League in my eyes. And, he should be, they should have been doing something about it. The referee, Andre Mariner, should have got a grip of that game, but he didn't. And how he can play 98 minutes when there was only 5 minutes of added on time is ridiculous, because even Pope's injury being a minute and a half, but he had to have his shoulder looked at anyway. But give that minute and a half, that takes out 96 and a half minutes. So where did that minute and a half come from? In total, in the whole game, from the first half and the second half, there was 12 minutes of added on time. Where was the 12 minutes? Because I didn't see 12 minutes worth of added on time. So, again, because we pushed Liverpool far, and they didn't like it at the end of the day. But the thing is, the top 6, the big 6, the cartel as we call them, they now see us as a serious threat, and we are coming for them. And when we do come for them, we'll be like a juggernaut because we won't stop.
Fair shout. I can't argue with that at the moment. I just think at the moment, I think if it's Liverpool or your name's Harry Kane, then you get away with murder anyway, don't you? The amount who gets away with Harry Kane is laughable, really. And I just think sometimes they've got their favourites. A lot of these refs, and that's the way it goes, isn't it? Yeah, it's unfair a lot of the time, but it's one of those days, isn't it? You're going to have better days to come as well, I would imagine. Hopefully, it's not against us, though.
Well, you never know. But I mean, let's just say when Liverpool come to St James's Park in January, they'll soon know they're in a game, because we're going to make sure, and we'll be determined that game to turn that result around and beat them at St James's Park.
Yeah.
And wipe that smile off Klopp's face.
Yeah. Well, make sure that the teeth don't keep smiling.
Absolutely, man. I mean, look, let's be real, right? And we're going to get revenge over Liverpool. What did they say? If we will beat them, we're definitely will beat them at some stage. You know what I mean? And that's just going to make me, sort of thing, And I've got one for yellow cards at any of Liverpool players last night. Come on, you guys, you're time wasting like crazy. We got to try and see if the point at Aston Cole. Yeah, you know what it is, right? I mean, good win for you yesterday, mate. You've done it again, and top of the table. Are you doing now, mate? Andy?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just saying you're doing well. Arsenal doing brilliant.
Yeah, we're doing. Yeah, sorry, mate. I was just seeing if there's any news. Yes, it was good. Yeah, listen, they're grinding out results, which was good to see. The heads don't drop. That's the main thing. And whereas before seasons gone by, I think their heads would have dropped. Going a goal down. So yeah, I'm happy. They're doing good. The football we're playing sometimes can be quite frustrating, because I think they try and walk the ball in the net, and sometimes you've got to have a go. And I think a lot of the time with Arsenal, they like to pansy around in the area, and they end up getting themselves in the right tangle. But they're doing brilliant. I can't ask for any more. 5 games out of 5, but the test will be on Sunday when we play the Manx.
Exactly. I'm looking at the Athletic UK, right? I mean, according to that's not true. That's not true. I do apologise. That is not true, because there's still about according to the Athletic, right? I mean, I don't know how true it is, but Newcastle's agreed has signed Conor Gallagher on a season-long loan. They were auctioned by for 30 million. I don't believe that for a second, by the way.
John,
Yeah.
I've just seen on Twitter, in the last minute, there's a blacked out van at the stadium, at the training ground.
Is it what?
That's the police.
No, like with the, like where footballers come in, like when Nick Pope came in, that blacked out van.
Yeah.
Parked outside the training ground.
Wow.
That's messy.
Who's reporting that, Mason?
The Magpie Media says this is parked outside the training ground as we speak, late incoming potentially.
Exciting.
Well, look at on social media and
fingers crossed.
Not saying much on there at all, but we see what the chatters are saying as well. I've got exactly told where you come from. I read to you, Jamie. Hope you're okay, mate. How you had a good day? Carl's saying that's just how Redknapp's confused. Probably be a fan. Wow. I'll tell you what, though, it'd be exciting.
That's it there.
And it's Magpie Media, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't know if it's just anybody, but I thought I'd just let you know.
Brilliant. Just looking at it now. Yeah, I can see it now. Even Adam Pearson's replied as well. And it's the carriers part there a lot of the time. Decent chance it means nout, and that is from Adam. So
I don't know if it's true or not, but it could be.
Well, getting them follow anyway. Go on then, Andy. Man United.
Yeah, that'd be the tester. That'd be our first because they're winning. Are they winning still? The Manx? No, I think. Yeah, that'd be a test, especially Old Trafford. Never a good hunting ground for Arsenal. But listen, I think Arsenal's main problem is going to be lack of depth in squad. Our first 11s is decent, and then once we start getting injuries, i.e. Partey, El Neni, even Odegaard now has picked up an injury. I think that's going to be the tester. You've got the Europa Cup starting next week as well. Which obviously is Thursday and then you've got Sunday. So, yeah, this is. I think I've been on Twitter quite a few things. These spaces you can go on Twitter.
Yeah.
There's quite a few Arsenal space on Twitter, and loads of them are moaning that they're not being aggressive enough in the transfer market. They've had all this time to get more signings in. Why they're leaving it to like the last 2 hours to go and get this Douglas Luiz. You can't please all supporters. That's the problem. Everyone's going to have a moan about it, and we've spent well, Arsenal. At the end of the day, we haven't got. We've got. It's given the money, and as much as haven't really liked the Conkies, he has given them money, and they spent the money. And Arsenal won't go overboard with their spending. That's how they run. So that's the way it is, isn't it? It took Liverpool 30 years.
Exactly, 230, yeah.
So we see. I'm happy, mate.
Absolutely, and you should be, man. Top of the league, you should be happy. But the thing is, though, you got Erling Haaland as well. My God, he's on fire in a minute. He's on fire.
Yeah, he's a monster. I don't know who's going to stop him. Do you know the frightening thing is that he's 21 years old. That bloke. That's incredible. He's going to be a monster. But listen, this is why they got rid of Jesus, I suppose, because they knew they had Haaland coming, and that's the way it goes, isn't it? What did Isaac look like? Was he good?
Isaac, I thought he was brilliant. I thought he was brilliant. I mean, Tony will probably agree with us as well. He was absolutely brilliant yesterday. He's got a great goal. Should have scored a second. That was definitely not offside. But I thought his movement yesterday was absolutely fantastic, and he just puts himself about.
Is he quick? He's quick, yeah.
He is quick.
He looks very quick, yeah. We'll see him in the flesh on Saturday, John.
Definitely, man. I'm hoping to be there. I mean, just depends how my mum is, sort of thing. My mum is fine in a minute, and hopefully I'll come up on Saturday. So once that gets sorted, I'll be up there 150%. I'll definitely be there straight away. And Promises to be good. It'd be great to see you guys as well. Total, it'd be great to see us as well. And you know,
will you be going down the Scotsman Road?
Not anywhere near Scotsman Road, but I'm just going to go on the A1 onto straight onto the town. So let's get a good parking space.
Where this time? Are they at home?
At home?
Yeah. It's not Scotsman Road, it's Scotswood Road, by the way.
It's what?
Scotswood Road, not Scotsman Road.
All right,
Scotswood.
Coming along the
Scotswood
Scotswood Road to see the bleeding races. Oh, okay, sorry. I do apologise.
Yeah.
It's
or as we call it, or as we Geordies call it, Scotchy Road.
Scotchy. Where is that? Where actually is the road?
It's in the West End of Newcastle, not the best of places.
Really?
Just off the road.
Let's put this way: Scotswood used to be really bad at one time. I mean, I'll tell you a funny. Well, it's not a funny story. It is a funny story, but it's not a funny story. It's like it used to be really a rough area. It still is probably now, but it's probably not as bad as it used to be. But they have a pub there called the Bobby Shafto on Armstrong Road. And I didn't live too far from that at the time. And I heard a lot of commotion one night and I thought, what's going on? And I heard the police and I thought, oh, here we go. We've got the usual going on. And then somebody I knew come back and said, oh, there's been a lot of problems up this Bobby Shafto pub. And I says, oh, what's happened? Somebody got chucked out because they'd had too much drink. So they said, oh, you're not getting any more drink. So the guys went and stolen the JCBs, come back, and all of a sudden they could hear something going on outside. And what he'd done was, it had one of these big points on the end of the digger, and he chipped all the stairs out. So he took the whole stairs out from the Bobby Shafto pub. Apparently an old man came out and fell and broke his leg, which isn't very nice.
No.
And the police came and everything. They got him because he was still there with the JCB, with the engine run, but he thought it was funny that he says, oh, look, I've nicked the steps. But he got done for criminal damage. But that's a protected area. It used to be,
George. Yeah, George says, Scotchy Road, 30 minutes away from the stadium. If we walk there, it'd probably be about that, yes. It's just on the rest road as well. George, if you hit the subscribe button, please, mate, that'd be brilliant. Thank you so much indeed, mate. Ravens of Geordie, great stream, lads. Thank you so much indeed, Boldy, Geordie. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. He's a great guy, and he's also a member as well. So do you want to take over the show for a bit because I've got to check on my mum, see she's all right, and then gives half an hour sort of thing. Guys, you still going to be on?
Yeah.
Hi, John.
Brilliant. I'll get us unlocked off and just have a chat, just chat about anything like man, and see you in a bit.
Okay, boss.
Good luck, Tony.
Thanks, John. So so we're now into the last hour, nearly an hour and a half left of the window, an hour and 37 minutes at the moment. As an Arsenal fan, are you happy that Maitland-Niles has gone to Southampton now? He's gone on loan.
No, if they're not going to get any replacement in this window, no, I think it's a stupid move. I really do. I think to get rid of Maitland-Niles is ridiculous. The thing is with him, he's quite adamant, Maitland-Niles, he wants to play in a certain position. He doesn't want to give in to us. So you don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Maybe he said to Arteta, I can't stay. I need to get out and play regular football. I'm not happy really. I think that weakens the squad even more.
Yeah, do you rate him highly, do you?
I've always liked Maitland-Niles. He's a good versatile player. I do like him. Yeah, I think he's had his moments where he's been quite good. Unfortunately, he just doesn't get the play. So again, it's to get rid of him, I think it's a bit silly at this moment in time because they don't like getting replacements. So we're going to be very thin on the ground, I think.
Yeah.
Which is a bit worrying.
Just looking at Carl Shields' comment there, saying that, be nice, lads, I'm from Scotchy. Yeah, I'm going back about 30-odd year ago now, Carl. Obviously, it's a lot different to what it was then, but I'm just going back on memories from about 30-odd year ago. But, it's probably all changed since then.
Not
I
the
mean, I've
place
lived
you
down
want.
here I've lived down here in Suffolk for the last 10 years now, and you know, you know, when I've gone back to Newcastle, it's all changed now, you know. So
I wondered why you said you're going the other day. You said you're going to Ipswich. I was thinking, what, from Newcastle? God, that's a right old trek. But you live in Suffolk.
yeah. So it's only like an hour from here to Ipswich. Not that far away.
That makes sense now then.
Yeah, but I'm travelling up on Saturday for the match. Be an early start for me. I'll drive from my house to Peterborough train station, and I get the train from there to Newcastle, and then the train back in the evening. So it's not too bad.
That's proper dedication for football. That is for a football fan, isn't it?
Yeah. Best thing is, because it's a weekend, it only costs you $5 at the park at Peterborough station for the day. So, you know, it's happy days really. Where if it was during the week, it costs them like £16.
Yeah. I know it's not cheap.
But I mean, it's not cheap to be a football fan, that's for sure. I know. When you think you had your train, your food, your ticket, and everything on top of that, it's, you know, it does work out a bit.
Yeah, it works very expensive, especially now. It's gone. Well, Arsenal's tickets have gone up ridiculously amount. Their season tickets are just astronomical. Like paying like $2,000 for season tickets, and it's just gone crazy.
Jeez. There was somebody that day saying apparently at PSG, if you're in a seat that's near the tunnel area where the players come out, it's €1,500 per game.
Per game?
That is ridiculous. You must have to be a rich man to go there.
Yeah. Well, they're just ridiculous. I just think football's going mad. I really do. I mean, listen, I don't know where. Yeah, fair play to you know, you get owners that want to take over the club, and but I don't know where it's all going though. Really, and Chelsea are just chucking money. Chelsea are just chucking money everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, they just seem to be trying to buy everybody at the moment, you know. And I mean, I don't know what you guys think as well about Man United. They've signed this player called Anthony from Ajax for £85 million. You know, he's not proven in the Premier League. What's your thoughts on that, Ryan? What do you think of that Anthony move? Do you think it's a good move, or do you think it could backfire?
Well, I suppose they're not going to pay that much money on a. Well, you would think on a player where they think he's not going to prove himself. But for me personally, I haven't really heard that great a deal about him to warrant that much money. I mean, like I say, apart from a few TikTok videos of a few touches and a few private turns, what might be another Di Maria, Memphis Depay situation where they think, you know, it seems a bit of a panic sort of situation. They're young, everything like that. They just sort of seem like, right, we need to make a statement. We're still in the running, but it's going to take a lot to turn that around.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of money to be spent, especially a player that's from the Dutch league. I mean, yeah, listen, he looks a good player, but it could quite easily, like Ryan says, it could quite easily backfire. Let's hope it does. But yeah, especially if they play against us and he plays on Sunday. But listen, it's just stupid money. I mean, I don't know where they're plucking these prices out. They're just like ridiculous. I mean, Arsenal, it's not going to happen with this Douglas Luiz, because problem is they know Villa that Arsenal want him, and they're saying, right, well, we want top dollar for him then. If you want him, pay the money. And it won't happen. You know, they just, you know, they know that they can get money. They you know, that's the thing. They know that they got you by your what's-its, and they in the end they know that you want that player. You've got to spend the money, and it won't happen. I can't see it happening anyway. I think it's too late. So.
Yeah, and then well, talking about your Arsenal, one of your ex-players, Aubameyang, on his way to Chelsea. What do you make of that then?
He can go. He's a mercenary, Tony. He's not interested. You know, the bloke just goes from one club to another. Listen, everyone loved him in his first whatever seasons. You know, when especially through the pandemic, he was brilliant. Won the FA Cup with him. He was a good player at Aubameyang, but it comes a time with him where he loses it with the club, and he's had enough. and he falls out of the club. It happened at Dortmund, happened at Arsenal, and it happened at Barcelona. Why has he gone so quick from Barcelona?
Yeah, that's strange. He's only been there 6 months, hasn't he? So
he's been there 6 months.
Went there January, didn't he?
Yeah, and they kicked him out. So yeah, listen, good luck to Chelsea. Well, he's 33 now. He'll get him goals. Yeah, he will get him a few goals. Of course, he's a proven goal scorer, but I just think he's a mercenary. He's interested in one thing, and that's that. Clearly, most footballers are. Most footballers are only interested in. They don't care about the badge. One of those days. They're not interested anymore. And listen, he gets his money, he gets to play, and that's up to him. Good luck to him. I don't know. It's not like the old days when, as me and you know it, that a player was quite loyal. It doesn't happen anymore.
Well, your last loyal player to leave football was Mark Noble, wasn't he, from West Ham last season? And you don't get, as I said on Sunday, you don't get many one club players now. That's the problem. You don't get many players who want to stay at one club for the whole career. No. I mean, we've got Paul Dummett, who's been there all his career, So them sort of players are just one-offs in world football now. Unfortunately, there's no loyalty whatsoever.
No, they kiss the badge for the time they're there, and then they're off. Yeah, and it's you got to enjoy them whilst they're there, and that's the truth, really. You got to enjoy the moments once they're there, and then.
Yeah. And what do you think, Mason, about the move to Man United for Anthony for 85 million? Do you think it's a good move, a gamble? Do you think it'll backfire?
I think it's a good move for him. Obviously, first time playing in the Premier League, and just good luck to the lad. Just other than good luck to him, but put Man United in the shit. I just hope he does. And and the money, I think it's like six. I think he's worth 60, 70 million, but 85, I think it's a bit too much.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of money for a player who's not really, although he's proven in Holland and he's played under Ten Hag, but the difference is you've got to do it in the Premier League. And if you don't hit the ground running in the Premier League, you'll be left behind. That's the thing. Some of these players who come from abroad can't cut it in the Premier League, can they?
You look at Ziyech and you look at Donny van de Beek, two players that you look at Ajax and they've done it in the Champions League, looked amazing and stuff. They come to the Premier League and I mean that they haven't done nothing.
Yeah, it's some of them just come for the money. Some come because they do want to play in the Premier League and want to try and showcase their skills, but then sometimes it doesn't come off for them, does it?
No. There's some that actually do have the ambition of playing in the Premiership, and obviously, clearly, that's what they want. But it's either one or the other. But yeah, it's interesting. It'll be interesting. Listen, it makes the Premier League exciting. It's the best league in the world, so you can't odds it. So it's the football that's played, the crowds, it's brilliant. So it's excitement, and we all love it, and we never drift away from football because it's there as a. It's been a saving grace during the last couple of years, having sport and football, and having it there for us really. To even if it was behind closed doors, no crowd, at least you had something you had something to fall back on, and we love it as supporters.
Yeah, that's true enough. Yeah, I see. Just from breaking news there, Southampton have also just signed another player, Sam Edozie from Man City. I think he's a young 19-year-old right back.
He's a left wing.
He's left wing, is he? Yeah. So that's another young player they've signed from City, along with that goalkeeper they got, Gavin Bazzuno.
And Romero Lavia as well. So they've signed 3 players from Man City.
But that's not a bad deal, is it? So that's another one through the door for them. But obviously, maybe Pep Guardiola has let them go because they're not going to feature in the first team somewhere along the line.
He's more interested in Cole Palmer, isn't he?
Yeah, because we wanted him back in January, but we couldn't get him because he wouldn't let him go, and he let Liam Delap go to Stoke on loan. But you know, he's not giving them an option to buy, so obviously he rates Liam Delap as well. But his dad weren't a bad thrower of the football either, was he?
No. What did that? Oh.
Yeah.
Wasn't he the one who used to take all the throw-ons?
Yeah, for Stoke, yeah.
Oh,
Used to get a lot of assists through that, didn't he?
I hated Stoke. What a horrible, negative team they were. Oh. They were like the old version. They were like the old version of Wimbledon. I don't know if you remember back in the day, Tony.
Yeah.
Wimbledon would just like kick you to shreds and hope. You know, they were just awful team. Justin Fashanu and Vinnie Jones and Dennis Suarez. But yeah, they were, and I just think Stoke were on that same level. Stoke were they weren't a pleasant team. They got they did what they did. That was through Tony Pulis, wasn't it? Another team was Bolton. Bolton used to be the same as well.
Oh gosh, yeah. And
Bolton
then the
under
same players like
Sam Allardyce
and Yorkie and all them, didn't they? You know, Yorkie was at the end of his career, but still a class actor, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a good player. Yeah, he was a good player. Yeah, but Sam Allardyce, not the most entertaining of managers.
No, because I remember when he first signed for Newcastle, I said to one of my mates, I says, "Oh, I think I'm gonna have to swap my seat and move into level 7." And he says, "Why are you going to go up there?" I says, "Because I'll see the ball more in level 7 than I will down below." The way he plays the high ball, but you know, when we lost to Stoke, I think it was in the FA Cup, and then Mike Ashley sacked him. He got his £6 million payoff. He actually took the mickey out of the club, because what he did was Allardyce, he went and bought the villa in Spain, and he named it Casa St James's, as if to say, "I've got me £6 million payout." That's what's called Casa St James, and he done that just to wind us up, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah, you had enough with the wind-ups with Mike Ashley, really, didn't you?
Well, yeah, from like things like stadium change and like stadium name changes, and you know, it wasn't something he just like asked the fans. He just went ahead and done it, and you know, called it the Sports Direct Arena, which was absolutely stupid, because it's always been St James's Park. And then when he sold the rights to like people coming in, where you can have naming rights for the stadium, I think it was Wonga at the time who came in and they said, "Oh, we'll call it back to St James's Park." Now, I've got nothing against, say, the new owners, because they've already come out and said if we did change in the name of St James's Park, we would always leave St James's Park there. So, like, say for instance, if it was a Ramco that came in as a sponsorship, they would call it a Ramco at St James's Park. Now, I haven't got a problem with that, and I don't know if people in the chat may think the same, and yourself, Ryan and Mason, but that's the thing that would generate money. If that generates, say, £30 million a season just because you've got that name, I don't mind, because to me, it'll always be St James's Park. Start with you, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, it was, like you say, it was the way he done it rather than what he was actually doing. You know, I mean, you can call it whatever you want. For 100 years, it's going to be called St James's Park to the fans. If that's going to generate some money, stuff like that, fair enough. You know, more power to them. But it was the more way he done it. He was doing. It felt like to the fans at the time. I remember it was horrible. He was doing it out of spite, more than anything, just to say, "I own this club. I'll call it what I want." Putting all the signs up. Sports. I mean, you'll probably remember when he started to put all them signs up. I mean, fans were just disgusted. The way it was like he was trying to sell one of his shoe brands or anything like that. You know, it was strange. But, I mean, as far as the second point, yeah, I mean they can call it what they want if in the way that they do it more than anything. But we'll always know it as St James's Park to the fans.
Yeah, because the way our owners are, they're totally different to what the previous owner was, you know. At least these owners talk to us, talk to the fans, let we know what's going on, interact on social media, you know. Same question for you, Mason. If if, say, for instance, they brought a Ramco in and called it a Ramco at St James's Park, would that make you feel any worse saying, oh, well, it shouldn't be called a Ramco, it should just be called St James's Park? What's your thoughts, Mason?
I know, obviously, Fat Man put the St James's Park to his company's baby. Why? Because I'm probably going to start a little rant here because I absolutely hated the man to the head, to the toe. Why did he put it to Sports Direct Arena? I do not know, because the bloke didn't give a fuck. All he cared about was the money at the end of the season when he gets the prize money in from the Premier League. If the owners cut the owners what we've got now, if they try and put the stadium name to what you've said, they should do it the proper way. They should ask the fans if they want the stadium name to be changed, not like what Fat Man Ashley did. Did it behind the back, and then the next day, Mike Ashley's changed the stadium name from St James's Park to Sports Direct. I mean, why? Completely out of the blue. Why would he want to do that to such a historical stadium? Why?
Yeah.
Because the man didn't give a fuck about Newcastle. The only thing he cared about was the money, and he even had people who didn't know about football, mainly Democrat bias, like Charlie, for example, another example. But I mean, the owner's going to have to ask the fans, instead, not like what Mike Ashley did. They're going to have to ask the fans for wanting to change the stadium name.
Yeah, I think these owners will do that because, you know, that they won't do anything without consulting the fans. That's the difference we've got with Amanda and Mia Dad and PIF and Jamie Rubin. So that's the big difference with the Rubins, and that they won't just go ahead and change it without consultation with fan groups, and you know. But I mean, at the end of the day, if they said we can get, say, a Ramco in, you know, and it's going to cost, they're going to pay 30-40 million pound a season, because that 30-40 million pound a season will help go towards buying players. It'll generate money for the club. So at the end of the day, I won't think, oh well, it's a Ramco at St James's Park. I'll just think it's St James's Park, because everybody calls it St James's Park. That's what we've all known it for. You know, I've known it since I was younger, you know, and it's always been St James's Park. It always will be, you know. But, you know, in this day and age, things change, and sometimes you've got to have that bit of sponsorship just to help you out. So at least the owners who bring sponsorship into the club will bring sponsorship that will bring money into the club, not like what Mike Ashley did when Sports Direct, where it was basically free advertising. He didn't really pay a lot for that at all. I think it was £180,000 or something over a season. What's that? That's not even that's 1 week's wages for a top class player. You know, depending what they're on. I mean, it's not 1 week's wage for Ronaldo. That's you know, so it's absolutely stupid. So yeah, I haven't got a problem with that. But you know, as long as we do it the right way, and then I think fans will be happy with that. But yeah, Mike Ashley just ripped the heart and soul out of the club. And the only thing I will say, the best chairman Newcastle ever had under his tenure was the first one, and that was Chris Mort. He sort of communicated with the fans, but then he went back to being a solicitor at Freshfields, but he didn't stay around long, and I think it was because Mike Ashley did not want him communicating with the fans. So, and then we got the likes of Lambias and all that coming in. Then we had Charnley, and the guy made many mistakes. 10 years ago we finished 5th under with Alan Pardew, but instead of that summer going out there and buying a few more players to keep the squad strength there to do well in Europe and do well in the Premier League, Ashley didn't care. he could have had this club further up the Premier League if he wanted to. If he'd put the money in, and he would have got a lot more money for the club as well. But, you know, we've got rid of him now, and that's the best thing that happened last year. And it's onwards and upwards with the new owners who actually have a lot of ambition and want us to succeed in the future. So it's all looking good at the moment.
Wasn't he? Isn't he? His room has it. He's a Spurs supporter as well, isn't he, Mike Ashley?
Well, some say Spurs, some say Chelsea. I don't really know, but apparently when he bought the club, he had a bet with them. Do you remember the ex-Spurs director Paul Kemsley?
Yeah.
Apparently they had £1,000 wager. Kemsley says, "I bet you don't buy a Premier League club." And Mike Ashley says, "I bet you I do." So they put £1,000 on it. And when he bought Newcastle, he went, "Look, I've told you I've bought Newcastle." And he says, "You haven't." And he went, "Oh, I have." And he showed him the documents. And I just thought, you know, what a prat. What an absolute prat. To have a wager with somebody over buying a Premier. But I think he was out of his depth because he must have thought, oh, he's on a winner here. But then he's realised that it's the club was too big for Mike Ashley. You know. The only thing I will say is he kept us like, he got us debt free as such. So, you know, he kept us level, which wasn't. But that's the only thing he's done for us, and he's left us in a better place for money wise. But other than that, he was just an absolute complete and utter shambles of a guy, and I'm glad we got rid of him now.
I think he don't live far from me actually, Mike Ashley. He's got.
Does he not?
No, probably he's got. There's an area just up in North London, and he's got a house up there which is all boarded off, and it's got massive walls all around it. And I think that's his house. He lives probably about 10, 15 minutes away. So Mason, if you fancy coming down, we can go and stand outside his house if you want.
I'll see if anyone under the sunroom.
You can set a couple of smoke bombs off.
I probably will.
But yeah, no, he wasn't the best chairman really for you guys. But anyway, it's onwards and upwards, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah.
That's
I'm going to call it a night.
Okay,
all right,
boss.
mate. No worries. Thank you for coming on.
No, it's fine. Thank you very much for having us on.
Yeah, no problem, mate, and hope to see you again.
See you later,
Definitely. Keep it up, lads. I'll keep watching the transfer news. Cheers.
Lovely, thanks. See you later, mate. Bye-bye.
Ta-ra.
So we've got a comment here from Pablo, and he said, "I've heard Ross Barkley could have come up in that minivan." So, if you where have you heard that rumor, Pablo? And if you could just let us know, because that's a new one. I'm happy about that, not particular. But you know what? If he does come, I'll back him. But I'm not really 100% happy with that one, if I'm honest with you. What's your thoughts on that comment, Mason?
If it is, I'll be happy, because the lad needs a bit of fresh air, because he's had a tough time at Chelsea with like his attitude, injuries, not getting enough game time. But if he comes to Newcastle, you've got Eddie Howe there, you've got a fresh environment. Obviously, I don't know if he wants to be closer to home, but if he comes to Newcastle, it is still close. It could be a little bit closer to home because Liverpool isn't that far from Newcastle. But if it's true or not, then I'll back the lad. As I've said before, I've said I would give the lad a chance, because he's the one free agent I know I would take. I was going to say Serge Aurier with obviously what happened with Emil Kraft, but he's Forest bound. But yeah, if it's Ross Barkley, then I'll more than happy give the lad a chance.
I mean, he can play right wing as well, Ross Barkley, which is, a troublesome spot. But if we get the Ross Barkley that was fit, I mean, he's 28 now as well. So depending what his wage demands are, you'd have to lower them, because we just couldn't give in to his wage demands. He's the type of signing that even if they didn't sign him till say tomorrow, it doesn't matter because he's a free agent, so he can be signed at any time during the evening or overnight. It might be one you sign overnight and he's available from Saturday, but obviously that is just a rumor at the moment that it could be Ross, but it could be anybody in that fan, or like even Adam P said, it could be the fact that that fan is just actually parked there normally. But I suppose we wait and see. I mean, we've not seen anything on Sky as yet, nothing from Keith Downey as yet, so who knows?
Like when I see pictures from St James's Park, that fan isn't there all the time. That fan is not there all the time.
Yeah.
I've got a suspicious, funny feeling something's happened, but they're not telling anyone.
Yeah. Actually, funny enough, Keith Downey is actually talking on Sky now. I don't know what he's saying, but they're saying Gakpo is definitely staying at PSV. Chelsea midfielder Billy Gilmore's having a medical at Brighton ahead of a £10 million move. I work with a couple of Norwich fans, and they said he was absolutely atrocious last year, and they were glad when he went. They were glad when Norwich got relegated, so they could send him back to Chelsea because he was a terrible player for them. So whether he gets better when he goes to Brighton, who knows?
I actually think Ross Barkley was a really good player. I think he ruined himself by leaving and going to Chelsea because I think Chelsea ruined him. To be honest with you, I think he was a good player at Everton. This is what happens. This is what happens with footballers, though. They suddenly see the greener grass, the money speaks, and they move on. It's exactly what happened to Alexis Sanchez at Arsenal. He was a great player at Arsenal, absolutely amazing to watch. And then he went off to he wanted to go to Man City, but they weren't prepared to pay his wages or all the money. So he ended up at Man United, and he wasn't the same person. He went downhill. They always think the grass is green on the other side. That's the problem with a lot of these footballers.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you on that one. And that's the problem. And they see the bright lights and the big money, the big payday, and they think, oh yeah, okay, we'll go there, and and it doesn't always work that way. So
no.
Sometimes it's better the devil you know. So basically, stay at the same club you're at. Where you're adored and you're a hero, but I suppose some of these players learn by their mistakes as well.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. We all learn by our mistakes in life, but I think also the lure of Champions League football obviously has a lot to play with it as well. These players, they want to be involved in the Champions League. Not necessarily always true because Arsenal bought players even though not in the Champions League. So a lot of it does depend on certain things, but generally, a player moves on normally for the money, and that's it, really, isn't it? I don't think this is going to happen with this Douglas Luiz with Arsenal. I think it's pretty much big.
You don't think you're going to get him?
Liverpool tried to sign him as well. They've done a last-minute thing, apparently. I don't. I've left it too late, Arsenal, but. Listen, it will come and bite him in the backside, Arteta, come sort of January time if we're struggling, and people will start saying, why didn't you go and buy in summer? Why didn't you go and get this player? And it's all to tell. At the moment, I can't have a go at him because he's got to be able to. He's still got to take into account that they're not doing too badly. So we should see.
Pablo said, by the looks of what Sky Sport News are saying, we could be done this window as Keith has just come on. That could be well true, but then, like I say, our club doesn't leak stuff now, so maybe something is going on in the background. Once 11 o'clock comes, we will find out if we've got anybody through the door or not by then. But I find it strange that the transfer window shuts on a Thursday night in September when it should be really the end of August, maybe that's the way it should have been, but unless they chose Thursday because there was a lot of Premier League games yesterday as well, so maybe that's why the transfer window is shutting tonight rather than at the end of August. Do you think we'll get anybody else in, Mason?
Depends, really. But the thing is, like, clubs are putting, like, like little hints, but like obviously they're putting hints there, but none of the media have said anything. So like before like 11 o'clock, something could be said. Obviously we've seen the picture, but I don't know if that's going to be a new player or what. But like if you say like 11 o'clock, like an hour from now, like little hints will probably come up. You never know.
Yeah,
that could happen. I mean, it's just happened with Cardiff because it's just happened with Cardiff because they've just put like a little hint out, but that none in the media. Well, I've just remembered it was Callum. It's Callum Robertson in the media. I've said stuff about him. Oh, I remember now. It's Callum Robertson. That's
from West Brom.
That's who they've signed, and it's been put in the media all day. I didn't realise about that.
Yeah. It's finished at the King Power. Leicester City 0, Manchester United 1. So Leicester deep in trouble at the bottom of the table. We know that feeling of being at the bottom of the table ain't very nice, and I do have to say I feel for the Leicester fans because we know what it's like as Newcastle fans.
So do we.
But yes, Arsenal did last season, didn't they? For a little bit, yeah. You actually went bottom because Norwich scored a goal, if I remember. It's not a nice feeling to be at the bottom of the table. But I think the problem with Leicester is they should have sold a couple of their biggest players earlier in the window to get the money in to then buy the players to strengthen the team. And maybe everything's catching up with Leicester now. And, it could be bye-bye Leicester at the end of the season. I didn't have them in my bottom 3 predictions to go down. I had Bournemouth, Everton and Leeds, believe it or not. But Leeds have surprised me more than I thought because I was a bit suspect about Jesse March being American coming to the Premier League. I had Bob Bradley the last time for Swansea and he didn't cut it. So Leicester could be that surprise team that goes down this season. And I think Brendan Rodgers will be under a lot of pressure now, although not his fault, because if they can't buy players, then, the guy can only do so much as a manager.
There's
a bit of transfer news coming from Southampton again that they've sold Jan Valery to Angers on a permanent deal.
So he's gone back to France on a permanent deal.
Yes.
And I see Bamba Dieng, who we were looking at from Marseille and who Leeds thought they were going to sign today, is staying in France as well. And I think he's going to Lorient.
It's Nice.
Oh, he's gone to Nice now. It's changed because he was going to Lorient. So Nice have got him now, have they?
Mm-hmm. And Liverpool have put the hints up that they have signed Otto on loan.
Interesting signing, that, isn't it?
Interesting signing. I don't know who is that. I've never even heard of him.
Arthur Melo, Brazilian international.
They seem to be the way forward getting these Brazilians, aren't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, definitely.
This is the way forward.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, isn't it?
I think it's a bit like when Wenger was bringing in all the French players. He was the architect of all the French Revolution in this country as well. He brought in all the players, a lot of these French players. So I suppose, I don't know, maybe it's the way forward. Brazil's attack is phenomenal. If you look at their attack, they've got some unbelievable players. They got Neymar, Jesus, Richarlison. Who else they got up front? I can't think who else they got up front, are they?
Who's that, sorry?
No, I'm sorry, I'm just asking my son who else they got up front. Brazil. Brazil up front, their forward line is formidable, isn't it?
Yeah, you got legs of Neymar. Vinny Jr., who plays for
Real Madrid. Yeah.
What a talent he is. What a player he is.
Yeah.
I'll just share. tell you what, I'll share on screen. I'll share last night's ratings from the match of Alexander Isak, so people can have a look. So his stats for last night: he played 64 minutes, 1 goal, 1 shot on target, 1 off target, 18 touches in the match, 70% in accuracy passes, 7 out of 10, 5 ground duels, 3-1, aerial duels, 1 out of 1. Made 1 foul. He was fouled once. He was offside once, which is a bit of a sticking point because we know it wasn't offside. He made an interception, 2 tackles. So overall, for 64 minutes, he had a pretty good game last night. And on his heat map there, that's where he was predominantly, and he did get back in defence and help out as well. So I thought a great debut from this guy last night. He played absolutely brilliant last night, and well done to him. And he got man of the match as well. So, you know, that was nice for him to get man of the match, because I thought, the TV company BT were going to be a bit more biased and give it to Liverpool. But to be fair, they gave it to Alexander Isak. And, you know, if that's what he's done in his first game, we look forward to see what he can do at home. And it'll be a better atmosphere for him as well, because he'll come out in front of 52,000 fans, and let's see what he thinks of that on Saturday. I think he'll score on Saturday against Crystal Palace. But yeah, the guy did really well last night. Really happy with him. What do you think of those stats, Mason?
Just shows he's a quality player. We've been looking for a player like that for so long, but I'm really happy with him. I think he played well last night. I'm happy with him.
And now he's paid a slice of his £63 million fee back as well.
It is.
I mean, Palace will be a toughish game because they're not a bad side. But what do you think? How do you think the game's going to go on Saturday?
Hopefully we'll keep, if he's playing, hopefully we'll keep Wilfred Zaha quiet, because obviously Palace played well up until Man City got back into the game. But I was surprised because Zaha wasn't playing, and he's their main threat up top. And obviously I know they've got Edward, Mateta, and obviously they've not got Benteke anymore because he's went to DC United, which is a shame because he has been a decent servant for the Premier League. But I think they've still got fit up top. But it's a shame that Christian Benteke isn't here anymore in the Premier League anymore, because he has been a great servant for the Premier League.
Yeah, he was. He was fantastic for Villa. Went to Liverpool, had a bit of a sticky patch there. Went to Palace, didn't do too bad for Palace, but I think the best time for him in the Premier League was when he played at Villa. That's where he made his mark mostly. But I think the match on Saturday, I think we'll go out there, we'll go back out there, we'll go out there full of confidence, because do you know what? Even though we lost last night, the team played absolutely brilliant last night. Can't fault any of them. Is what Joe Willock said. They lived and died for that badge last night. So I can see it being. I can see us winning that game. If I was going to put a prediction on it now, I would probably say I'm going to say 3-0 to us. And I think Isak will get on the score sheet as well. Which if Isak gets on the score sheet, the whole place is going to erupt, isn't it? So, it's going to be a great atmosphere. And I'm dying to see what Isak thinks of all flags when he comes out and he sees all the flags going and everything. That'll probably whet his appetite even more. Then he'll get his first taste of St James's Park. What do you think, John, about Isak on Saturday? Do you think he's going to love the atmosphere when he comes out that tunnel to local hero and all them flags going and the fans shouting?
He's going to love it. He's gonna experience it. I mean, you play Sociedad, and the atmosphere is good there, but he will not know what will hit him on Saturday when he finds out what the stadium's all about. He is gonna love it. He's gonna love the stadium, and the fans will know for they'll be getting behind this guy. And I think he's gonna do a good job for us. I mean, I'm a fan of him. I've always been a fan of Isak. That's the striker I want realistically to come to Newcastle, and what he's done, and he's done well. He understands this. What you got to remember, people, it's only one game. It's just one game, and he's got to do it consistently. I'm sure Eddie Howe will turn him into a fantastic player.
Well, you saw glimpses of it last night, Johnny. He's the way he got around the field. He was up for it, wasn't he? And he was running into areas, spaces. So, yeah, we've been talking about a variety of stuff on here while you've been away. One question I was asking, and I'm going to ask you this question now, John.
Yeah, man.
I asked Mason the question, asked Ryan the question. Ryan's obviously gone now; he's had to go off.
Yes. Thanks for Ryan.
So,
thanks for joining, Ryan, mate.
So we talk about the different things like sponsorship we can bring into the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we spoke about the past where our former owner decided he was going to rename the stadium to just infuriate the fans even more. And, we named it the Sports Direct Arena. Everybody was erupted by it. It was absolutely disgusting. But there's talk of our new owners maybe renaming the stadium, but like as in a way of doing it. So say, for instance, if it was a Ramco coming in, and they pay, say, 30 to 50 million pound a season to rename the stadium.
Yeah.
What the owners would do is it would be called a Ramco at St James's Park. Now, to me, it's always been St James's Park. To everybody else, it'll be St James's Park.
Mm-hmm.
I asked Mason the question. Like I say, I asked Ryan the question. If the owners said, this is how it's going to be, what it's going to be, it's never just going to be called, say, the Aramco Stadium, it'd be Aramco at St James's Park. How would you feel about that, John?
That's a good question. Look at Man City. Used to be City Manchester Stadium. They changed to the Etihad. Yeah. If that means money's going to come through, right? Going to come for every single season for, they said, 30, 40, 50 million quid. I'll be up for it. Yes, he's going to call St James's Park. Yeah. But for me personally, I think you need to move on and just call it what they want to call it, because I do trust the owners. I do trust what they're trying to achieve as well. I think, me personally, if they're going to change to Aramco at St James's Park, cool. Bring some money in. That's brilliant. Arsenal used to be Highbury, now they're called the Emirates. Spurs used to be White Hart Lane, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. We got to go with the times, you know what I mean? This Sports Direct Arena from Ashley, right? I'm sorry. That's a bit of a P-take, yeah? Money was never going to come in anywhere, yeah? But Aramco, I think it's a great sponsorship, good name for a stadium, and being some money coming in, going players and all the infrastructure, Tony, I'd take it all day long, mate.
Yeah, and like I said to Mason as well and to Ryan, the thing is, though, the difference with our owners is they won't just go ahead and do it. They will actually ask the fans. They will get fan groups in and say, right, this is what we want to do, but it's always going to be at St James's Park. So whether it was going to be Saudi Golf at St James's Park or Saudi Airline at St James's Park, that's the way it'll be. I think a lot of fans will be on board with it. At the end of the day, it's going to generate money for the club, and that's what you want to generate money. The more money you've got coming in via sponsorship, the better for the club as well. So, and it can only benefit us because then it means we get better players in the club, we pay for wages, we pay for refurbishments to the club, pay for refurbishments to the training ground, or get a new multi-million-pound complex up in Gosforth, maybe at Parklands. So it all goes in, it all ties in well. So at the end of the day, yes, I'm 50-year-old now, but it's always been St James's Park with me since I was a little boy. I'll always call it St James's Park, So yeah, I'm happy with doing. I'm happy if the owners do something like that, But they wouldn't go to the lengths that our previous owner went, and by changing the name completely, at least they'll keep St James's Park incorporated in with the sponsorship name as well.
I'm going to have to agree with you, man. I think you're absolutely right, Tony. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I believe in these people. I mean, I think it's great for football. I think it's going to be a new name. But I think what they're doing, talking to the fans, communicate with the fans is the most important thing. And if you communicate for the fans, right, talk to the fans, be like us, right? And then we'll have a chat about it, yeah? And if we decide we're going to do it, cool. They could do it. But if we say no, rather be St. James's Park, then again, cool. Call it St. James's Park, yeah? It's all about listening to the fans. We as fans pay our hard-earned cash by season tickets, paid to matches, traveling as well. It's all about communicating with the fans because without the fans, there's no football.
Absolutely spot on, John. You couldn't say it any better than that. And obviously, when we were talking about, like, obviously Mason said about former owner, you know, he basically took the pay out of the club and things like that. We didn't have any great appointments in the boardroom from him either. I mean, we had Lambarius, we had Charnley, and I said probably the best chairman, and maybe you might go along with this as well, John, but I think the best figurehead he had at the top of the club was Chris Mort. Chris Mort used to speak to the fans, but once he started doing that, if you remember, Ashley got rid of him and he went back to doing his job as a barrister at Freshfields because Ashley did not want somebody speaking to the fans, did he?
Not at all. And with like Ashley as well, I mean, everything is private with him. Everything is secret, private. He does what he communicates. But the thing is with Ashley, right? I mean, when we wanted him out of the club back in 2008, when Keegan resigned, Ashley didn't give two hoots about the fans at all whatsoever. You know, he said to us, okay, I'm going to sell the club. I'm going to sell. You know, you don't want to sell anymore. If they offers 480 million quid, they can buy the club. But what people don't realise, he bought the club, didn't do due diligence, yeah? There's a debt, about 130 odd million in debt, right? I didn't even check out. He bought the club and think he's going to make a quick killing by selling the club. Didn't work that way. Did not work that way. And that's why the club took longer to sell. And he didn't even learn this lesson. I mean, he may be a good businessman, Tony, but as a full football ownership, the guy's a joke. He hasn't got a flipping clue about football, let me tell you. Do you know what I mean? He's absolutely clueless. And the moment that he sold the club to a wonderful owners, to me, it's just like winning the Champions League. We want a new hope, new dawn, and a new start. That's what we need. And that's exactly what he got at Newcastle. This is why Newcastle has spent around 90 million, around 220 million quid, right, on new players coming in. And we're not going to end there. We're going to spend more money on the right players. They're going to show ambition, new training facilities on this way. And there's even talk about a new stadium along the way at some stage, or could increase the stadium. One way or another, it's going to have to happen soon because the demand for tickets, Tony, is going to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it is. The demand's going to be absolutely massive. I think they want to try and extend St. James's, but they're going to have to do it they're going to have to look at getting architects in, have a look at different drawings, see which way is the best way to do it. And I'm sure they'll come up with a plan if they have to, you know, to redo St. James's Park, if they had to redo the whole lot. Because I don't think they want to move stadiums, and we certainly don't want to move it out of the city because, as I said in the past, if you move St. James's Park out of the city to, say, Gosforth, then technically you're destroying all the little businesses in the city centre who rely on match days when all the fans come in. You know, you might have your little food outlets, like your little sandwich shops, your little gift shops and things like that, where fans come in and they might be away fans who are buying souvenirs to take back. So like the little gift shops make a lot of money on a match day. So you take St. James's out of the city, they're not going to get half that revenue, and then businesses will suffer. So that's why you keep St. James's Park in the actual city centre and never move it from the city, because it's vital and it's important. And there ain't many stadiums that are in the city centres. And Newcastle is very unique to have that cathedral on the hill, and it must remain in the city. It can't be moved out of the centre of Newcastle one bit. And also obviously Pablo put on earlier on, the saying that minivan could have contained Ross Barkley. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, don't need him, man. Don't need him. That's a good comment, by the way. I can see it from here. That's why it could come out in a minute.
He can't play a right winger, though.
Nah, he can't. He can play as a 10. He's definitely a number 10. And I think this guy, really, I just don't think I have at Newcastle United. I mean, you've got to give people like Elliot Anderson a chance, yeah? Jacob Murphy, get him out of the club ASAP. It's well documented, yeah? What can I say? What can I say, man?
I think Mason's got something, I think.
Go on, Mason.
I've just seen it's starting to report that Bamba Dieng's failed his medical at Nice.
Who's that?
Bamba Dieng.
Yeah? Medical.
I've just seen on Twitter he's failed his medical at Nice.
He's a Marseille player, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that'll go down well. Both rivals as well, by the way. Nice and Marseille, both rivals. Doesn't look well, doesn't it? Don't look good at all. But we've got another 45 minutes to go before the transfer window slams shut. Are you confident you're going to get more players coming in? Can we even get a loan deal? For me personally, I think our business is done, by the way. I really, really, really do think it's done. Let's go through the comments. So I'll give Isak earmuffs for walking onto the pitch because he'll get deafened. It's always beat St James Park, and I think the new owners would honour that with anything they do. That's in Cowell. Even St James Park is incorporated with something else. A black and white will still call it St James's, but still brings in the cash. It's fair enough. Even though disappointed we didn't get any loan signings in today, anyone concerned the characters in the dressing room, so not surprising, 8.5 out of 10. Window overall can't be unhappy for me. I'll call it an 8 out of 10. There's still areas to be fixed. A right side midfielder, another CDM, and maybe a goalkeeper because the dollar's not good enough for me. Andy, on your point, smooth stadium move from Highbury to Emirates, right? How did you feel? I mean, I've taken the Highbury with I've been there before. It's been atmosphere there is excellent.
Yeah, I love the ground. I mean, I grew up. That was where that was my football childhood. It was always Highbury. I love the place. I think in the long run, I think we had to move revenue. Obviously, Wenger had it in his head that he wanted to produce more revenue for the club. We were led up a bit of a street with how it was going to happen, and we were going to be in the Champions League, and we are going to win this, that, and the other. And we are going to be able to compete with all the big teams. Again, you're fed false information. I mean, listen, I like the Emirates. It's a nice ground. It's got a different meaning for me, really. As I say, grew up in the Highbury, and it was always such a great place to be. Emirates is a love stadium. Let's hope we can bring a few more happy memories with the place. But yeah, I think we had to move primarily for revenue.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. Like, because 38,000 capacity was never going to be enough for you guys. You needed like a 60,000 capacity. But at this moment in time, I mean, personally, I started to stay in the city. I'm sure Mason will feel the same thing, staying in the city.
Yeah. I don't know how much St James's holds now. How much does it hold?
52,300.
Yeah. So it's a bigger stadium than Highbury was. It was a matter of having to do it. I think he saw that they needed to move on, and in the long run, hopefully it'll be good. But let's see what happens.
Absolutely. We've got another 40 minutes to go before we wrap up the show, and any more deals?
There's two more deals just been announced. Another one from Southampton, from Man City. They've signed Juan Lavois, who's a Spanish under-19 international who was paid for $6 million. But Man City have the option of a sell-on clause, have both a sell-on clause and a buyback clause, and the second one is that Everton have completed the signing of local lad James Garner.
Wow, I think that's a cracking signing, by the way, from James Garner. I think he is absolutely fantastic player. He really is. And Everton's completed the signing of Idrissa Gueye from PSG on the 2-year contract, rejected the move to Newcastle. We was never after him, right? I don't know why they put our name linked to this guy. It was never happening, man.
No, wasn't.
I find it very odd.
Why put our names against it? Sorry, go on for it.
No, I was just going to say, John, being an avid Italian fan, it seems very quiet, isn't it, on the Italian leagues? No one really going in for many footballers really from Italy.
No, I think it's been a bit quiet, sort of thing as well. Raspadori has gone to Napoli as well for Sassuolo. That happened quite quickly, by the way. And Rafael Leao as well has been linked to Chelsea. That's a no-go out because Milan, he's got 125 million release clause in this deal. And Chelsea are prepared to pay that kind of money as well. But if Milan were never going to sell him on the day because that means you have to find a replacement. And that is the thing. So Milan don't ever sell players on last year until they find a replacement. But it's been quiet. I think Juve bought well. I think Roma have done well as well in the transfer market as well. And Dybala scored twice over there. And they're second in Serie A. And Atalanta is top of the table at the minute because they won against Torino at Zenit. And look, I think Atalanta is going to try and put it wrong to the right. Last season, they were very, very poor. But this season, they started really well. Roma started really well. Inter's doing all right. Milan, Napoli, Juve, it's fifth in a minute. But it's going to be exciting Serie A this season again. I think it's going to be exciting time this season yet again. But Jess Fabregas, I've just noticed, he's gone to Como in Serie A B. He's gone to Como, 35-year-old former Arsenal, Chelsea, Barcelona midfielder. And guess who's the chief exec there? Dennis Wise.
Really?
Seriously.
Oh my God.
Dennis Wise.
Yeah. Dennis Wise over in Italy.
Aye.
It doesn't surprise me a lot of these boys would end up. Yeah. There is a bit of a surprise knowing it's him. I didn't think I had a head for all that.
I know. It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. I mean, I just had to laugh.
Yeah. I didn't realise Cesc was 35 years old. I thought he was a bit younger than that. God, I remember when he first died at Arsenal.
Exactly,
that's, 35 years old. Where's that time gone?
Exactly. I mean, I think a Premier League team could do with him, sort of thing. He would have done all right, but he's gone to Como, and at the minute they play 3 games, drawn 2, lost 1, and they're fourth bottom at the minute, fourth or fifth bottom at the minute. But I'm sure Como will pick up. By the way, good luck to them.
How was your time in Italy? You know, you went over to Italy, didn't you, a little while back?
I went there last year. I went to Rome last year for a week. I absolutely loved it. I mean, in November. It wasn't as hot. It wasn't as hot, by the way. It's just like 16, 17 Celsius. I did a bus tour. I've done Vatican City. I've done the Glacier again. I've done walks around Spanish Steps. I love the Spanish Steps, by the way. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, man. And hopefully going to do it again in November, but it's a World Cup year, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's a World Cup year.
And waste of time, that is.
And how can you put a World Cup in November, man? I think it's ridiculous. Qatar.
Exactly.
I mean, at the end of the day, if they want to pull it there, go on.
Money talks, isn't it, unfortunately?
It does. I mean, who's that dude? Sepp Blatter. Wow. There you go. 13 games till the January transfer window. 13 games. So we've got a lot of catching up to do, yeah. Dennis Wise and Como. And, so, I mean, is it Douglas Luiz? Arsenal's after him. You put a couple of bids for him. It's got turned to.
He won't go. He won't. They've left it too late, Arsenal. They've put in 3 bids for him, and they're just silly bids. And I was saying to Tony, you know, at the end of the day, they know that Arsenal want this plan. Arsenal aren't going to go. They're not prepared to go any higher. So I am a little bit upset that they've let Pepe go on loan. They've let Maitland-Niles go on loan as well. To me, not having a replacement to them is very, very strange. And not being worried about it, you know, because we're going now into the second part of the season. very thin on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. That means if Partey or Xhaka gets injured or whatever sort of thing, you'd be absolutely screwed.
They got this Lukonga as well if he gets injured. I don't know who they're going to bring in. They got Zinchenko that can play in the midfield, but I don't know. It's all a bit strange, really. Why they haven't, why I haven't pursued and been a bit more clinical in going to get players. But we should say it's very odd.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Still getting. I mean, look, it's what it is, man. He's got to go what he's got. I mean, with Newcastle. I mean, our injury record's not great. Bruno, ASM, Callum Wilson, Emil Kraft all got injuries at the minute. Didn't play on Wednesday. That is the thing. We could have done with him on yesterday. We would have won that game. I did for Liverpool that great.
Yeah. I mean, Callum Wilson's a good player. I do like him, actually. He's a good box player.
Top guy.
Yeah. Obviously having Bruno out as well didn't really help, did it?
Nah.
It's unfortunately you can't odds having injuries, and obviously Arsenal didn't odds the fact that El Nenny's going to be injured, Partey's injured, and that's I think once they knew Partey was injured, they should have been all out to go and to go and get replacements, and that's slow work, regarding the backroom people. I think that's slow.
Very slow.
Yeah, it's not good.
Not good at all. Gunnar Raven, as a Gunnar, how do you feel about Willock?
We discussed this, didn't we, the other day?
Did.
Listen, I like Willock. I think he was a good player. I think he never really given a chance at the Arsenal. I think that he had a lot of potential. He was in and out of the team, and he never really gave me enough time. I like him. I think he's a good player, Willock. I think he will be a good player. He's a good box player. He's a bit of an Aaron Ramsey, isn't he? He goes into the box a lot. Yeah. You look like you need some sleep, John.
Well, we'll be in about half an hour's time, man. Just I got up at 4:30 this morning.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I was always going to do this tonight anyway, sort of thing. I mean, Tony's choice, and I'm doing that choice sort of thing. So
it's Tony's fault.
It's my fault, yeah.
He's Harry's. But we got
breaking news. Federico Fernandez has joined Elche on loan.
Elche. Elche, not Lecce, Elche.
Elche.
I thought he's officer Lecce. I thought, wow. Now, Elche. Yeah, good luck to Federico Fernandez. I wish him all the best there. And yes, that's been confirmed by the club. I wish the guy every success.
It's permanent. It's not a loan. It's a permanent deal.
It's a force a loan deal.
Go on to Craig Hope. It's a permanent deal.
Wow. Good luck to him.
Hang on here. Lee Ryder said it's a loan. Craig Hope said it's a permanent deal.
I believe Craig Hope all day long.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though. Before the season started last year, I thought we sold our best centre-back anyway.
Yeah.
Lejeune, when we sold him to Alaves. Florian Lejeune. What a centre-back he was. I mean, yeah, injuries, he had injury problems. But, other than that, he wasn't a bad centre-back.
I think he's been brilliant. But the thing, what he did against, what finished him off with Tony, when Lejeune played against Leicester City, right, he gave the ball away twice, and they scored from it twice, and that's why I gave him a 0 out of 10 that day. Look, I said at the time, I love the player. I think he's been great, but is he that same player? Honestly, I gave him a 0 that day. And then, another pylon. People was having to go at us because I gave him a 0 out of 10. Sorry, I'm being honest, because he was poor that day, and they took him off. They took him off, didn't they, in the first half, didn't they?
Yes, they did, yes.
They took him out. They had to. I said, get him off, man. And then that's
What's Bowman like? What's Botman like?
I tell you what, man.
Excellent.
He is fantastic.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
He is.
Right, John.
Yeah.
I'll just I'll get this up on screen and show you. This is
Just to
from
let the
Jordan.
club have confirmed. Sorry, Tony. The club have confirmed it's a permanent deal for Federico Fernandez.
So how much did he rent for though?
They did not say.
There you are. Jordan Cronin has put it on as well that it's a permanent deal. After 4 years on Tyneside, the ultimate professional and popular figure.
Absolutely.
But it's not saying how much he's gone for, though. That's the thing.
That's the thing. They don't tell you how many years as well.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely sure that Elche will know about that.
I just want to put my reaction out there now. I'm good. I really am. I loved him. I loved him. He was under Ashley before Sven Botman and Dan Burn came in. He was our best defender. Then, obviously, if I was the manager, I would have had him and Lejeune playing. Now both of them have gone. Now we've lost a truly great centre back we've had in a few years. I'm just totally gutted about him going, but he's going to get the game time that he needs. That's the main thing.
Good luck to him, man. I wish the kid all the best in the world because you know what it is, right? I mean, you know, when he does play, right, he's excellent. He defends properly. He doesn't go rushing in. He just knows how to defend properly, and that's what Silence. So you have to look after him. But just looking how much he went for, that is the thing.
It doesn't say, John. It just says he's left. Newcastle United have said, I'll share it for you. People can have a look. 1 minute.
It's all over, I think. Still, we move on.
Defender Federico Fernandez has left Newcastle United to join LGFC after just 4 years at St James's. 33-year-old Argentinian international joined the Magpies in 2018 from Swansea. Made 89 appearances for the club, scoring twice and captaining the team on the occasion of regular skipper Jamal Lascelles. Popular player with supporters, staff and teammates, he struggled with injuries last term and played twice under Eddie Howe. But the head coach is previously supporting the former Napoli man's influence off the pitch, while he frequently demonstrated his abilities on it during his time on Tyneside. Now he's signed for the La Liga side, who are currently 17th in Spain's top flight on a permanent basis. Fernandez departs with the best wishes of everybody at Newcastle United, and the club thanks him for his service.
Brilliant.
And that's it from Newcastle, yeah.
Brilliant. I wish him every success, and he deserves to be in the first team. I hope Hermes Club will do well. They're not the
Could be a free transfer, John.
It could well be. Just as a great service, you know what I mean?
It could have been the club might have said, look, I'll tell you what we're going to do, because Elche might have come in from, they might have said, you know what, we'll come to arrangement, we'll pay you the rest of your contract off or whatever.
Yeah, man.
And then you can go on a free.
Exactly.
That might be what it is. I don't know. I'm just speculating. That could be the thing, John.
Could well be. It could well be. But either way, he's left the club, and I hope he just definitely needs to come back. You know, wherever capacity, I like him. I do like him. He's got a great attitude as well. And Botman haven't lost an area battle in the Prem. That's why he stayed off yesterday. Keeps his stats up. That's some goal. Fernandez came on after Clark got sent off against Norwich. He had the game of his life and didn't play again. That's very true. And I'm back as well. I thought he's going to go, but he's back and back and back. So, I'm going to go down the table. Tony, which has been the best transfer for Newcastle United?
What, in this window, the summer window, or the January?
Just the summer window.
Summer window.
I mean, yeah, or whatever sort of thing, whatever makes you happy, go for it.
Well, if I say summer window, I'll tell you what, I'll do January window first. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say this might sound weird, but I'm going to say Kieran Trippier is the first best signing because he was the first one through the door and a very experienced right back, England international. Left a club like Atletico Madrid to come and join us. It was a toss up between him and Bruno Guimaraes, but I've gone Trippier, not only just because of how experienced he is, his leadership skills.
Yeah.
The way he conducts himself for the club. When he got injured, he didn't just stay back. He travelled to every away game, went in the dressing room. When we played Arsenal off the park at St James's Park, he was standing on the side when Arsenal had a corner, and he was standing on the touchline, and he was giving the players instructions where they should be in the box. So, that's dedication, that's professionalism, and that's the type of player you want at your club. So he gets my best for the January window, followed very closely by Bruno. Now for this window, it would probably be, I would say, if I want to say bargain of this window, I'm going to say Nick Pope for 10 million because that is just an obscene. It's just obscene that we got him for like 10 million so cheap. A keeper who is like an England international, could potentially displace Pickford as England's number one quite easily. So I would say for the bargain of the summer, it's got to be Nick Pope. But the one that's blown me the most, and I think it's been the sign of the summer, is Alexander Isak, because this was one we didn't expect to happen. We thought João Pedro was coming into the club, but all of a sudden that was shelved, and it seemed a bit weird how that stalled. But then, give us 24 hours later, an aeroplane arrives, and who comes in? Alexander Isak, and it was all over the media. So he's definitely the transfer of the summer, without a shadow of a doubt. And then, obviously, like I say, back in January, I've gone obviously Trippier, but followed very closely by Bruno. And if you wanted to say who's been the worst signing, then you could say Chris Wooding being a great signing, but he came in and he done the job we needed last season. He did that job. He done that job as a target man to ruffle a few fellas in defences, and he done that job. So you could say he was the worst signing, but he's maybe not the worst signing. And but yeah, I would definitely say Isak's definitely the summer signing. That's just topped the transfer window off completely for us if we don't sign anybody else in the next 23 minutes.
That's a good shout there, Tony. Thank you so much indeed. Mason, same question for you.
Shall I do the same for January or
Yeah. How you want to do it? January, summer, and tally.
January, Bruno. What a player, what a midfielder. Obviously turning down Arsenal to come to us who we were in the relegation battle whilst Arsenal were fighting for the Champions League. It's just phenomenal. It's just a commitment he wanted out of him. He wanted to play. He wanted to keep Newcastle in the Premier League and look what he's done. It's just fantastic, man. Obviously playing with Champions League with Leon as well. Just shows you. Now he's best mate playing in the Premier League as well. Just shows you there's two quality Brazilian midfielders playing in the Premier League now. And with the summer, Isaac just showed you last night against Liverpool. What a player he is. Playing against a team like Liverpool, playing the way he did, it's just total commitment. And I'm happy that we signed him because he looks a really, really good player. And we'll hopefully does that against Crystal Palace on Sunday. Yeah, because that lad has got potential.
He's only 22 years old, and he is absolutely brilliant yesterday. Andy, from outside in, And we've got done Arsenal one. It's up to you. So your sign us the summer or January?
I can't remember who we got. January.
I don't think we got anyone, mate. We saw
we got rid of players more than we. But yeah, I'd imagine the obvious candidates are two players. It'll be Zinchenko and Jesus.
Yeah,
potentially. Yeah, I mean they're two great signings, and they've lifted the whole team, lifted the whole squad. So yeah, I think that goes without saying, really. Just a little bit upset we haven't pursued any more in this window. We shall see.
Yeah, I think Jesus will make a difference for you this season. I really do.
Yeah. No, he's a tiger in the up front. He just goes for everything. He runs for everything. He comes back. He helps. You know, even when he got substituted, he was on. It was a bit like when you were saying about Trippier as well. He was shouting from the dugout as well. Jesus, you know, so you know this dedication is, you know, it's being with the team as well. So even when you're not on the field, so we love all that. We love seeing commitment. So yeah, it's good to see.
Fair enough. We've got Aaron as well. Big up to Aaron, mate. January's Bruno, Summer, Isak, Carl as well. Big up to Carl as well. If I can get him up there, she will be saying Trippier. And why have people starting saying it like that? Well, some people say, some people don't. Bruno for January window, world class and early improved. That's a Crown lad. And Isak for the summer, he has to potentially be one of the best forwards in the league. I totally agree. And they've got to give credit. Yeah.
Fabrizio Romano's just put on. Obviously, nothing to do with our club, by the way. It's another signing for Nottingham Forest. This time they've agreed a deal to sign Serge Aurier as a free agent and depends now on a visa and then a work permit.
This is madness, isn't it? It's a madness.
That's about the 60th player they've signed.
Wow.
I've just wondered, is it their chairman? I know he's called Marinakis or whatever he's called. Is he? Does he think he's playing FIFA 23 or something? Because
sounds like it,
doesn't it? You know, it's all right buying them on FIFA, but you know they've got to play on their football pitch. These aren't FIFA players. No. These aren't players that are on a computer screen. These are real life human beings running about. So, you know, good luck to them for that season. I think they'll steal Forest, if I'm honest. But
I think he will.
But I did see earlier, John, because when I read out the result earlier that Man United won 1-0 against Leicester, you weren't on at the time, you were off of a break. But what I was saying to the other guys was, the thing with Leicester is they're sitting bottom now in the Premier League. And we know what it's like being bottom of the league. And I said, I think in some ways, Brendan Rodgers is now walking on very thin ice now. His job is like literally on the lane. He's on the tightrope now. But I do feel sorry for him because the club can't sign players, so they haven't backed him really. And not only that, not only have they not backed him, but if they wanted money at the club, they should have sold these players, like Fofana and say even Maddison, maybe a month ago, and Tillemans maybe, to get money in so they could aid and buy more players for the team to strengthen the areas. I think it's going to be a season of struggle for Leicester, and I wouldn't be surprised if they get relegated this season.
Well, I think you'll be right, man. Unless something happens to Rodgers sort of thing, I don't think Leicester's going to stay up this season. I really, really don't. And
I can't see it.
Can't see it neither. But listen, at the end of the day, they need to pick themselves up very quickly. If they don't, they'll be absolutely screwed. Simple as that.
They'll be a sinking ship as well if they do get down. Tillemans, Maddison, all these players, they'll be off, won't they?
Yeah, Daka. Is it Daka? Up front as well, he'll be on his way. And the new lad they got for Reims as well, the Belgian lad, he could be on his way already, sort of thing. But look, it is what it is. But Leicester needs some points and need it quickly. That's not our problem at the end of the day. Got to give credit to Dan Burn as well. Kieran Trippier opened the doors when he came. Others said if he's there, that's where I want to be. I'll tell you something, right? I mean, you open the doors, yeah. 3 quality Brazilians, Jorlinton as well. Big up to James. Good to see you on the team with you earlier. Thank you very much indeed. Great performance yesterday by us. Looking forward to the Palace game. Got to the back yesterday, we got absolutely robbed, by the way. Not demolishing Bayern Forster players, that's in Cole. It's close to 20 players Forster has brought in. Now Sky Sports News has said. And I think it's exactly 20 now, mate, unless I miss one.
Absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, if they want to do that, cool. Let them do it, you know what I mean? But, it's what it is, man. But apparently, Mark Depay used to play for United. Apparently, Chelsea wants him as well.
Yeah, no, I saw that, yeah.
I've just seen a statement from Depay.
I've just seen a statement that he's fully committed to the Barcelona now.
You see, anything can happen in football, people. Anything can happen in football. Things changes from day to day, time to time. You know what I mean? You don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to get this player, I'm going to get that player.
Yeah. There's a journalist just put on, John. This broke about 5 minutes ago at 10:40. Newcastle have been talking to Douglas Luiz's representatives to try and hijack his move to Arsenal. But Arsenal have improved their bid from 23 million to 25 million, and that's been turned down by Villa as well. So Arsenal's going up in twos at the minute.
So how much are you putting for Douglas Luiz? Or they're not told?
They've put in 25 million for him. And that's been... They went from 23 million Arsenal to 25 million, and that's been rejected.
And we put in a 25 million bid for him as well, didn't we?
No, it doesn't say what we've put in. It just says we're trying to hijack the move.
Well,
11:15? I don't think so now.
Can't see it. I mean...
Unless he's in the back of that van.
It could be. It could well be, but it's going to be too late. I mean, if you're going to get a player coming in, you got to do it for me. You got to do it early, to be honest with you. Get the players who you want and go for it. And other than that sort of thing, if you want to get someone else, it's a bonus. But why are they leaving it so late? Why did they leave it so late? Panicking, man.
There's two bits of transfer news that has been confirmed that Fulham have signed Carlos Phineas. You'll probably remember him when he was at Spurs 2 seasons ago. He is signed for Fulham permanently, and Billy Gilmore has passed his medical at Brighton. Contract has now been signed ahead of the announcement.
Wow, I tell you what I said earlier. I think that Billy Gilmore's a cracking signing for Brighton.
Yeah, it's a good player. It's a good little player.
He is. But Norwich didn't treat him right, didn't they? But so that's, Douglas Luiz there.
Whether it happens, John, I don't know. But that's just what I've seen. It's a reporter called Jonathan Abbott, so I don't know. But it's one of those, isn't it? But whether it happens or not, we don't know. It may not. It may just be hearsay amongst journalists, trying to get a story. Who knows?
Yeah,
like I say, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see the player holding up the black and white shirt.
Because they're going to keep Downing as well, saying that feels like Leeds have dodged a bullet in with Bamba Dieng. He's pushed on Newcastle for the last 2 or 3 deadline days, no avail. Finally gets to move to the Premier League release day. Chooses Nice instead and fails aboard his private flight, then fails his medical. Remember, I think Mason talked about that as well, Bamba Dieng as well. Could have gone to Leeds, but chose to go to Nice. Unfortunately, failed his medical. Wow. It just goes to show, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It goes to show. And, Fulham has signed... Phil Juicy used to play for Napoli as well, by the way. Sort of thing. He's a big fella, 6'4". He'd just be a squad player, by the way. No news on William as well.
Yeah, he's gone at Fulham, isn't he?
Yeah, he's done. That's done deal, I think, Fulham. But
I can have him. God,
I've got one for you, Gunnar. It's from one of your fellow Arsenal fans who's a celebrity. Obviously, we're old enough. Mason's probably not, but do you all remember Minder back in the day? The TV series. Do you remember it, John?
I do.
And do you remember when Gary Webster was on it?
Yeah.
Well, he's just put on Twitter, Gary Webster.
He's a big Arsenal fan, actually, Gary Webster.
Yeah, and he's just said, looks like we are sticking with a depleted squad after just 5 games. Arteta has to beat Man United now, otherwise it will look like an awful lack of judgment and true intention to improve on last year. How could the squad be left so sparse? It's not good. It's just not good enough. This is Arsenal. What do you think about that? Is he right?
Well, yeah. Listen, I said, haven't I, that we could be a bit thin on the ground. But I don't, to start saying that Arteta's lost, against Man United, it's all for clicks. All this, he's not going anywhere very quickly. Arteta, he's there for quite a while, I think, unless we go downward very quickly, which clearly, well, hopefully I wouldn't see, but I can't see that happening. No. Listen, you're going to get everyone. I'm surprised Piers Morgan hasn't come out and started saying anything, because he's prime candidate for all that. Piers Morgan. He normally comes straight out and starts moaning. He's probably the most two-faced person I know when it comes to football. But yeah, it's only to what I expect with all this anyway. I knew this will happen at the late hour now.
Yeah. It just goes to show nobody knows, yeah? Nobody knows. Who's after Lodi as well. And is it Lodi? Yeah, from Forest. I mean, it's 50 million quid. But guess what? Not being funny, right? I mean, he's gone to Forest on loan, on a season-long loan. I think that's a cracking move for Forest, by the way. He could be one of the best players in the Premier League. He's quick. He's good going forward, but he just cannot defend. That is the thing. No. But going forward, he's fine. Let's have a look at this one here. Someone's put some capitals in locks as well, which I'm afraid I'm not going to read out as well. So, Aaron, no disrespect to our mate. I get your message, man, but please, please, please do not do it in caps, yeah? If you don't mind. Sorry, but I got your message there. So, yeah, we know that Federico Fernandez left. Everybody else seems to be bringing players in, but we seem to be standing still. Well, the thing is, though, Gary, I can see what you mean, but you need areas need to fix. Need to play right side of midfield, need CDM, need goalkeeper. But I think we spent really well. But we do need to beef up the squad, don't we, guys? You need to beef the squad up. Like substitutions, we need to beef the squad up, because at the minute it looks weak. So
that's the thing. When you're thin on the ground, when you look at the substitutes, like we were saying the other day, I don't know your bench, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's when you look on the bench, you want to be seeing names there that the crowd think, you know what, we're bringing him on because he can change the game, this, that, and the other. And yeah, that's where your depth starts to get eaten into. But yeah, I think that's the main worry for me. I think.
Yeah. We need to get that sorted out in January, and I'm sure we will. We have to. We need to, because we are going to get a couple more players in. But like Tielemans, for example, they want 25 million quid, yeah? And in January, we're probably getting for about 15. So we may as well wait 4 months to price cheap ass sort of thing, you know? Yeah. But I've got one from Aaron. Do apologise, Aaron, but that's absolutely fine, man. Federico Fernandez, for me personally, I think he's a model pro, but I didn't think he's going to get above the defence. We've got like Botman, Shea, and Burn, and that's a shame, because I love Federico Fernandez. He's a model pro. When he gets on the pitch, he does a good job as well every single week, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. He's, he's been a great servant, It's a shame that he's leaving, but, he ain't going to get above Shaw, Botman, So I think it's the right move for him to go. And I wish him the best of luck in Spain. And just saw something here, just off topic from Newcastle. Brendan Rodgers talking to the media after the Man United game, and he says, with the greatest respect, we have not had the help in the transfer market that this team has badly needed. And that's all he said. So, You know, is them comments going to come back to haunt him now? Is he going to find out he's got no job tomorrow morning? Who knows?
Is he doing a Scott Parker, is he?
Well, that's the thing. Is he doing a Scott Parker? You know, so yeah, who knows? Who knows, John? But it's you don't come out with comments like that, do you?
You don't, not at all, because otherwise that gets splashed on social media, and then you are done, absolute done.
Yeah.
But what about you, Andy? Your take on what Ben Rodgers said about chances and players?
About what? Sorry.
He's Ben Rodgers taking a slight dig at the Leicester board, saying that with great respect, the players had no help at all on transfers and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? Really, they're on a downward spiral, Leicester, aren't they? Really, at the moment. When you're down at the moment. I think everyone has a dig at you, don't they? That's the thing. Is he part of the backroom staff then? Is he or?
No, no, not Ben Rodgers. So we talked about Ben Rodgers.
Oh,
Leicester.
Oh, right, yeah. Sorry. Well, yeah, I think at the end of the day, he is walking like Tony says. He's working on thin ice at the moment. Who knows? Trouble is I don't know who's around anymore. Managers are so hard to find now. It's like a merry-go-round, isn't it, with managers? Who's there around now that who you can go for, apart from the obvious candidates now for managers?
Sean Dyche.
Yeah, he's all right. So he does a job, I suppose, but he's not the name you get excited about, is he? Really?
Well, he does the job, but he ain't gonna excite you, though. That's the thing. You got to come in and
he's done well at Burnley. He did well.
grind results and stuff. He's your man, but to come for free-flowing football, he's not your man. Do you know what I mean? But people say that he's a wonderful manager and this and on top, but his name's gonna be linked.
Yeah, he's.
His name's gonna get linked everywhere. I mean, Chris Wilder as well, his name's been linked with Bournemouth. So is Sean Dyche. Do you know what I mean? But
you got the Brighton manager who's very good.
Sorry.
It's all right. You got the Brighton manager who's very good as well. But would he leave Brighton to go to Leicester? I doubt it.
No.
I don't think he will. I really don't think so. But we've got to wait and see what happens, you know, you know what I mean? But still, we give a couple more minutes before we wrap up, guys, because I know you got to go to bed and I know you got things to do in the morning, you know. We've been at
Oh, sorry, John. Yeah. I'm going to share this on screen. He has a blast from the past, John, and Mason. We all remember this player, and he's just on the move. Yeah, it goes. So there we are. Kennedy. Remember when we had him at Newcastle on loan? He's confirmed he's gone to Valladolid in Spain in La Liga, and they've signed him from Chelsea. It's finally completed.
Is it a permanent over loan?
I think it's a permanent, but I'm not sure. He doesn't actually say Fabrizio, but yeah, he's gone there. He's gone to Valladolid. So
he had
that half. He had a good season, but then when he come back the second season on loan, he was absolutely dreadful, and I think we sent him back before the January window. So yeah, I think least said about him the better. But yeah, there he is. He's on the move. Good luck to him. I hope he does well for Valladolid.
Tony, it's a permanent.
Is it permanent? Is it? Yeah. Well, good luck to him with Valladolid. So hope it works out for him. He just seems to be one of them players. He's just never really settled, and he's always been sent out on loan from Chelsea. So
Aston Villa have completed this. Sorry, Tony.
So maybe this permanent move might kickstart his career. But good luck to him in Spain. Do you see that as well, John?
I'm going to have to agree if you see that sort of thing. When he first came to the club, it was a breath of fresh air half the season. Then everyone's saying, go and get him, right? then he comes across this on loan, and he's completely utter waste of space. The one good thing he did, if you see, he scored against Man United, and that's about it.
Yeah. So
That's about it.
I just thought I'd just show that bit because it was obviously there.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much indeed for that one, Tony.
Jan Bederick is a Aston Villa player.
Right. Thank you very much indeed for that. And I'm sure there's going to be a couple more late ones coming through the door as well. Guys, we're going to wrap up there because we've been there for nearly 4 hours. We did say we're going to do 4 hours. And I think it's been a long, long day. But it's finally going to be shut in the next few seconds, I can guarantee us. But Tony, where do you find you on your socials, mate? It's just Twitter.
Yeah, so if you follow me on my Twitter, it's TonyTooney31. I will give you a follow back.
Thank you very much, Lee. Mason
4 on Twitter. And ladies and gentlemen, the window is closed.
Wow. Finally. And what about you, Andy?
So just on Twitter, Andy Raven 8.
Andy Raven 8. Fantastic. Thank
I
you.
just want to say the Kennedy deal is a 5-year deal.
Who's that?
Kennedy, 5-year deal.
5-year deal. That'll do. 5-year.
And there we are. I just want to say good luck to this lad. I'll share it on screen, and then good luck, and hope he has a good spell there till January. Matty Longstaff off to Colchester United.
There you go.
So hope it works out for him. Hope he does well. Unfortunately, he got bruised, didn't he? So yeah,
Wasn't the same player, unfortunately, but we wish him every success at Colchester. So,
yeah,
Matty, good luck to you, my guy. Good luck to you, and I hope you get plenty of good performances down there, and you never know. But there you go. So, guys, thank you very much for joining. It's been a long evening, and all the people watching my channel, thank you so much indeed for that. If you'd like to hit the video, like what you see, hit the like button. Also, hit the subscribe button as well. Also, super chat if you click on the $sign. Thank you for Carl Shields. That's it as well. And thank you very much for a few people watching the chat as well. And if you'd like to become a member, click on the join button as well. I'll see you back tomorrow at some stage, but we are going to do what we're going to do. And thank you very much for joining us. And until then, Andy, Mason, Tony, I will do you guys backstage. And have a good evening. Watch what you're doing. And it's goodbye for now. And
goodbye.
And the deadline is now shut.